I never went to college, but if I did, I would have taken all my tests at a restaurant because they say the customer's always right. I'd like to see a forklift lift a crate of forks. It'd be so literal. Sometimes I fall asleep at night with my clothes on, so I'm thinking of making all my clothes out of blankets. If you're a fish and you want to be a fish stick, you must have very good posture. And I wish I could play Little League now because I'd be way better than before. But these are just some thoughts I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you. Yes, you, even you over there in the corner. I see you. I want to welcome you to the show. Come on in, man. Don't be scared. It's okay. Nobody bites. If they do, it won't be too hard. There's only a few of them. But welcome to the show, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. And most importantly, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. I have to apologize for the noise in the background. I have to run the AC. We're days away from January, and I'm running the AC. It's 80 degrees outside. We've been hitting records over here in my state this month. And it's super annoying because we never really got a fall. We're still dealing with this heat. It's like it's annoying. And even outside, there's still greenery all over the place. Like there's still green leaves. There's brown and orange too. But it's just looking more like fall. We're officially in winter and it's 80 degrees. It's crazy. So I want the cold. I miss the cold. I hope we get some cold, hoping it comes soon. But the weather's all wonky, man. They've been engineering stuff so long. It's just, to me, it's just out of control now in so many ways. But what can you do? You know? Well, we realize this isn't our permanent home. This is our life here on earth is a vapor. It's what the Bible calls it. It's just like a little speck of sand on a beach that never ends. You know, it's just a stop off. You know, we're just passing through. And as many of you know, we're on the edge of tribulation. We're certainly living in the end times, waiting on the Lord to return for his bride. And I always pray for patience on that. You know, you've got to have patience. Just live our lives day by day. While we're here, try to be some kind of a light, you know, in this world for whoever, strangers, friends, family. Do the best we can to keep walking our path and doing the best we can for the Lord, right? And not getting too bummed out or burdened because he's not here yet. I know it's easy to do, but his timing will be perfect. You know what I mean? And certainly, as the Bible says, we'll know the season. We all know we're in the season, right? So trust in the Lord. If you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation, please do. It's very serious. It's all going to pop off soon, very soon. Don't know when, but we know we're in the season. We're watching that every week, you know, coming together. So there we go. Otherwise, a new video coming up this week for you. New Year's is coming up this week. So it's going to be another kind of crazy week. But I'll have my new video up this week. I'll post something up for next Friday for here on YouTube. And then, of course, I have my uncensored show on the Mean Green website. Grumble, Monday, 2 p.m. Central Standard, under the name KJOZBORNE, which is me. All right, guys. So, hey, thanks again for being here. Tamara, thank you so much. Always a pleasure, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Once again, hope you all enjoyed your Christmas, your holiday, and got some nice things and gave some nice things. I enjoy the giving more than the getting. I've been that way for years. You know what I mean? It's so much. I'm always more excited to see everybody else open stuff, you know. But anyway, enough about me. Let's get to the show. Give me a second. I think we're going to start off with... we start off with some headlines. A Gallup poll shows that 1 in every 4 French citizens wants to leave the country, among huge drop in the confidence in the institutions. Yeah, I mean, it's a headline I would expect. I'm glad to see it. There is some reason out there. And we can't blame the people. So often we want to blame the people, but it's the government, right? Because most people, just average people in all these countries, different languages and everything else, we're all humans, you know, we're all wanting the same thing. And, I lived in Central America for a while. I was learning Spanish. I was getting good. If I would have still been there, of course, I would have got it down by now, real good. I was on the way. I even had a tutor out there, so I was starting to learn. And it was just a great experience living out there in so many ways, but that's just one of the ways right there. It's like I got to see firsthand living in a completely different country than mine, getting to know people out there, learning about their ways, and just realizing, yeah, that's it, man. At the end of the day, we all want the same things, basically, right? So, yeah, anyway, not surprised. Yeah, Macron is certainly doing a number on that country right now. 27% of the French want to bid adieu. Crazy, crazy what they've done to France. It's insane, actually. There was a funny video I was just watching of a couple Russian girls that went to France on a vacation and how shocked they were. I wonder if I put that up today. I'm not sure if I did. For some reason, this isn't wanting to flip over for me. But the headline is, Kash Patel from FBI announcing the permanent closure of the FBI headquarters in the Hoover Building. Crazy. So that's the old FBI, been there forever, an institution. They're going to turn it over, and they're going to move to, there he is. Dang, thanks. Finally, post-millennial. Kash Patel announces permanent closure of FBI Hoover Building. On Friday, he announced Washington, D.C. headquarters of the Hoover Building will be shutting down. I love it. That's good. The plan is to move that headquarters to a smaller, more modern building December 26th. They're shutting it down. After more than 20 years of failed attempts, we finalized a plan to permanently close the FBI's Hoover headquarters and move the workforce into a safe, modern facility. Working directly with President Trump and Congress, we accomplished what no one else could. But it's good to downsize. Anytime I see the government downsizing a bit, I like it. And, there's a lot of bad people in the FBI still. It's all mixed in there. Deep state, as they call it. I call it the Illuminati. The Masons. But yeah, all right. Good deal, Kash. Thanks. The FBI has actually done a lot of good stuff. I've shared some of the stories here and there, but again, you just don't see it out there. And that's not a worship of Kash Patel or the Republicans or anything. It's just, showing good news when it's out there. There is some good news out there. There are some good things that happen, of course. Algerian woman, 27, arrested for causing severe eye injuries to her 2-year-old son so she could access greater social benefits. Wow. For some reason, there's absolutely no story here. Do you see what I'm saying here? What is this? All right, let's refresh. See if I don't have my... okay. All right, it's very strange, but I guess thanks for the headline. At least 15 people have passed away in Tesla crashes due to faulty electric doors. Yeah, those things are scary. We've seen some videos. There have been some news stories, actually, of that happening, of people not being able to get out of the car. When it shuts down, they can't open the doors. And those things are built like little tanks, so you're basically stuck in a metal box while it burns, right? At least 15 have been linked to Tesla crashes involving these doors. A new Bloomberg investigation cast a harsh spotlight on one of Tesla's most controversial design choices, electronically operated door releases. According to the report, at least 15 people have passed away in Tesla crashes since 2012 after the doors failed to open following an impact, in some cases trapping occupants inside the vehicles. Right? That's what I'm saying, man. That is some scary crap. It's like you're stuck inside this metal cage while you burn. Horrible. Was that by purpose? Was it on purpose? You can ask yourself these questions. Is it really that nefarious? I don't know. Billboards urging troops to defy Trump are popping up near military bases in Florida. This is so crazy, this stuff happening, of course, within our government and so openly now, this kind of fighting. It's like, do something, guys. Do something. It says we want to speak directly to members of the military and intelligence community. The American people need you to stand up for our laws and our Constitution. They want you to do the opposite just by doing this. So, there we go. They're still doing that. Here it is. Obey only lawful orders. Constitution comes for... As if these people care about the Constitution. These are the loony lefters. They're so disgusting. They really are. Again, it's not that all the Republicans are the good guys, because that's how they want to... That's how it's all set up. Coke versus Pepsi, and etc. Choose a side, tribalize... then turn them against each other. I mean, we know the whole system, how that's set up. But as I've said, you've got a better chance of finding some decent human beings that care about humanity today in American politics on the right side. Much better chance finding them there than you will over on the left side. Because tell me one left side politician that you think truly cares about the people in the country and is doing the very best job they can, right? I don't think you can. But then I go on the right. There are people I can find that I think are really good, So anyway, just making that point. I don't vote. I haven't voted since I was in the military, personally. Just in time for the holidays, Lansing's annual Satanic Yule Goat returns to the Capitol on the Capitol lawn. Like an awkward relative who shows up uninvited but on schedule every year, the Satanic Temple's Yule Goat once again took its place on the southwest corner of the Michigan State Capitol lawn over the Christmas season this year. Despite online outrage acting as if the goat materialized out of thin air, this isn't a surprise appearance. The display has become an annual December tradition installed by the Satanic Temple's Capital Area Michigan and West Michigan chapters since 2018. Love it or loathe it, the goat is nothing if not consistent. Reverend Louis Cipher, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. Minister of Satan and co-head of the Satanic Temple, West Michigan. I thought it was going to be like a local church minister named Louis Cipher. It's like, no. Temple, West Michigan. He told Michigan News Source about the Yule Goat, saying the Michigan Yule Goat represents two concepts. It's a celebration of our place in the larger community and a reminder that our idols should always be temporary and evolving. The primary purpose of the Yule Goat holiday display is the representation of our religious community here in Michigan. He also said, every year we share our Yule Goat with the residents of the state in solidarity and an observance of non-traditional religious practices around the season of Yuletide. Our display is meant to be an expression of the freedom of religion and our democracy, and shared with compassion. I don't need you all to read the rest, but it's funny because Christmas already really is pagan. It's already in line with Satan. It's the world has put this idea that Jesus was born around this time, and he wasn't. And, right, and all that. But this was something celebrated long before. It's a pagan celebration. Then eventually Christianity took hold of it, claimed it as their own. And so here we are. So they already kind of won. But then, like I said, on the other side, if you look at it through worldly eyes and we see the battle, there's a battle in the world. There's people that actually believe Jesus, this is his birthday, and they love him, They're just misguided on the facts, but they do love him, they worship him, and they consider this his birthday. So it's a really big deal for a lot of people, right? So on that level, then you understand, like in a worldly sense, there's that battle there. You know what I'm saying? Those people are unaware that it's a pagan holiday and that it's already demonic, really. So America's top 10 most sinful cities, named and shamed, baby. Let me see where they are. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, according to the survey, Las Vegas unsurprisingly topped the list as the nation's #1 most sinful city, followed by Houston, Texas, Los Angeles, California, Philadelphia, and Atlanta. Denver landed at number 6 nationwide. The placement was noted by Denver's News, which reported the city's high ranking. Behind Denver were Miami, Dallas, Phoenix, and New Orleans. Wallet Hub evaluated cities across 7 behavioral categories: anger and hatred, jealousy, excesses and vices, greed, lust, vanity, and laziness. Researchers used 37 data points, including violent crime, obesity rates, and even online searches for illicit behavior. Wow. That's how they broke it down. That is wild. There you go. Are you living in one of those cities? LG set to unveil new humanoid robot that handles daily household chores for 2026. It's like a week away or less. At CES 2026 in Las Vegas, LG Electronics is preparing to unveil a major leap forward in home automation with its new humanoid robot designed to assist with everyday household tasks and redefine how people interact with smart technology in their homes. LG has framed this innovation around its vision of the zero-labor home. It's just humans sitting around getting fat, doing druggers and playing video games, right? A concept focused on reducing the burden of repetitive domestic work. I love domestic work through intelligent automation. Am I wrong? I actually really like cleaning, you know. I like to keep my place clean. I'm not like a nut about it, you know. I'm not a OCD or anything, but I do really enjoy my cleaning, you know. Just put a podcast on or some music and just do your laundry, clean, all that, vacuum, you know. Give Chubbs a wash off every now and then. The company sees humanoid robotics as a natural extension of its smart home ecosystem, where machines do more than respond to commands. They actively support daily life. LG's humanoid robot has been engineered with real-world usability in mind. It features 2 articulated arms, each with 7 degrees of freedom, allowing for fluid, human-like motion. And just wait till these things start looking like humans. They're already close. You know, they put the fake flesh on them, and they look strikingly real in some cases, right? Lately, I think we saw a few over the last few weeks that really look human now. This design enables the robot to reach, lift, and manipulate objects with a level of precision that mirrors natural arm movement. According to the source, the arms are powered by advanced motors that enable natural movement similar to that of a human. So as the robots become more human, the humans become like robots. We get it. It's very interesting. Cool article. You can check it out at endtimeheadlines.org. U.S. insurance giant Aflac, you seen those commercials? Aflac warns that hackers stole personal and health data of 22.6 million people. Aflac, 22.6 million people. Woman suffers AI psychosis from obsessively generating AI images of herself. A growing body of concern is emerging around the psychological effects of artificial intelligence tools, particularly those that generate hyper-realistic images and immersive content. According to Futurism, mental health professionals are sounding the alarm that certain AI-driven platforms may be triggering or amplifying psychosis-like symptoms in vulnerable users. What was once considered a fringe concern is now becoming a serious topic of discussion as AI systems blur the line between reality, imagination, and delusion. The article highlights how some startups are aggressively marketing AI tools that produce highly personalized images, dreamlike visuals, and emotionally charged scenarios. These systems are often promoted as therapeutic, creative, or spiritually insightful. However, clinicians warn that for individuals predisposed to mental illness, especially psychotic disorders, such experiences can be destabilizing rather than helpful. One psychiatrist quoted in the report warned that these tools can act as a powerful accelerant for delusional thinking. Man, what a quote. Yeah, that's a good one. Powerful accelerant for delusional thinking. Love it. That's like almost tattoo-worthy. Mental health experts interviewed expressed particular concern about how AI models tend to affirm user input rather than challenge it. Unlike a trained therapist, AI does not push back against irrational beliefs. Yeah, they're very sycophantic. Instead, it often reinforces them, as one clinician put it. AI systems are designed to be agreeable. That's a dangerous trait when someone is already struggling to distinguish fantasy from reality. You see that one lady's case here. So I didn't see the story. They said this lady suffers AI psychosis, but where's her story? I ain't seeing it. All right, anyway. Let's see. Some individuals believed AI was communicating with them personally or guiding them toward a special mission. One expert explained that this mirrors classic symptoms of psychosis, noting that the technology isn't creating the illness, but it's shaping and intensifying it in a very specific way. All right, good one. Good article. I'm going to save that. Growing number of Christian artists are entering pop's mainstream music industry. Well, they might as well. Have you seen some of these performances? It seems to have very little to do with our humble Jesus, you know? Not at all. Christian music's experiencing a notable surge in popularity in 2025, emerging as one of the few music genres that's expanding its audience while many others struggle to maintain growth. You know, as long as it's a band that is truly with Christ, you know, and their message is truly, you know, if it's something that we know our Father would agree with, you know what I mean? I'm down. Like, yeah, that's cool. Let them blow up out there and do great. You know, if we can discern that it's definitely something from our Father, something He would be pleased with. You know what I mean? Something that we're proud to see our brothers and sisters doing, not shamed of when we see it. Then yeah, but we'll see, because I don't really know much about modern Christian music myself, at least the bands and all that. Industry analysts point out that the rise is driven by a combination of evolving musical styles, increased visibility through streaming platforms, and a growing appetite for messages centered on hope, faith, and meaning. My new video has to do with, it's coming up this week, the turning point thing. A little bit, I finally looked into a few things, and I'm into the symbols and all that, of course. So I'm going to show you some things there. But again, we got to be so careful right now, because Satan wants to co-opt everything, especially any kind of a religious movement where they talk about Jesus. I know he's got his fingerprints and turning point right now in some places. So I don't know how bad it is there. I'd like to, again, pray for it too. Pray for turning point, that the Lord is there and removes the demonic influence, and it really can be used to help people find Jesus and give people encouragement, because there are good speakers there. There are some good things, mixed in, definitely, I've noticed, and some really encouraging messages and all that. I love it, but then there's just some of the other darker stuff, so we have to discern. I'll show you that in the new video. Sorry to start rambling about that, but it's because we're talking about this, we're at a time where people really are looking for hope, faith, looking for the Lord, right? So Satan's going to make sure that they have a lot of options that look good but won't be good for them in the end, So yeah, we got to stay vigilant, keep our eyes on these things. All right, I'll move on. You can check all these out at endtimesheadlines.org. FBI Director Kash Patel says Bureau is ramping up AI to counter domestic and global threats. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's no stopping AI. Y'all know it's coming. South Carolina Town Committee defies mayor and keeps a nativity scene up despite being ordered to take it down. Look how offensive that is. There's the nativity scene. Take that trash down. It's crazy. In a small South Carolina town, a holiday tradition has turned into a growing controversy as a local committee defies the mayor's directive and keeps a nativity scene on public property. The dispute centers around a festive display in Mullins, where members of the Mullins Beautification Committee installed Christmas decorations, including a small nativity scene in the city's new marketplace area. The decorations, paid for out of pocket by committee members, were intended to bring holiday cheer and draw more visitors to the downtown area during the season. Look how humble that is. They're trying, I think it's sweet. Around Thanksgiving, the committee spent roughly 2 weeks placing lights, wreaths, a snowman, Santa Claus, and a 3-by-4-foot nativity display in the marketplace parking lot. According to committee chairwoman Kimberly Bird, the scene was meant to evoke the feel of a Hallmark-style Christmas and reflect the community's deeply rooted faith traditions. Yet, the holiday spirit quickly collided with questions about religion and public space when Mullins Mayor Miko Pickett sent Bird a message ordering the nativity scene's removal. Get rid of that trash. The mayor's request reportedly stemmed from concerns about the separation of church and state. They always use that. And the need to respect residents of varied religious beliefs. And as he said that in the background, the Muslim call was, right? Pickett argued that a religious symbol placed on public property could violate constitutional principles by implying government endorsement of a particular faith. They always use that argument. For Christians, right? But then it seems like everybody else gets away with it, we know. The reasoning stunned Bird, who said she had lived her entire life in the small Bible Belt town where churches are commonplace and religious faith is central to community identity. I feel that. It's kind of where a lot of us are from. I'm from the Midwest, so I get that. Rather than comply, Bird and other supporters of the display vowed to keep the nativity scene in place. They received encouragement from city council members who believed the display should remain through the holiday season. Bird has stated that if authorities ultimately force its removal, she would also take down the rest of the Christmas decorations in protest. Love it. Got a warrior here. Emphasizing her belief that the focus of Christmas should be on the birth of Jesus, not secular symbols like Santa Claus, Satan Claus. Satan, CLAWS, right? Santa Claus. The standoff has sparked broader debate within the community. Supporters argued that the nativity scene is a harmless expression of cultural and religious heritage, while opponents see it as its placement on public-owned land as a potential infringement on the principle of government neutrality in religious matters. Gross. Let me see. Controversy in Mullins also echoes long-standing national conversation. I guess it's still ongoing, so we'll see what happens. I don't see how it ended. All right, cool. I think we're good. I think it stayed. Yeah. Says the lady reportedly has received widespread support both locally and from outside the community, with some religious liberty advocates praising her actions. So it looks like she won. Good. There you go. The restrainer wins. Progressive churches in Colorado and Washington host blasphemous drag nativity and Christmas shows. Unbelievable. Number of progressive Christian congregations in the U.S. are presenting Christmas celebrations to reinterpret traditional religious themes, like with this. So there you go. There's that. And moving on. Cool, I think we got a few. You know what we'll do? We'll come back for Mavi. It's something we typically used to always come up at the end. Now we come in the beginning. So we'll come back to those a little bit later. There are some really good ones, by the way. Some weeks with Mavi, maybe we don't have so much. Maybe we'll just have a few good clips. But man, this week, really, really good. All right. Police officer warns iPhone users could have their data stolen within seconds with this little trick. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this. Check it out.
I was just made aware of a danger, and it's for anybody that has an iPhone, so please listen up. So the danger that I was made aware of for anybody that has an iPhone, basically the iPhone 17, iOS 17, all the way up to current. Anyway, if you have any type of iPhone that is up to the current date of 2025, you need to go into the settings and change the AirPlay setting to never or ask. Me personally, I would change it to never, because as this is a convenience to be able to transfer information from one cell phone to the other, it's too easy right now. There are hackers out there that have a setting on their phone, and they literally have it where they can take their phone, put it on top of yours or right by it real quickly, and get all your information from your phone in a matter of seconds. And if you think that's not possible, you might want to think again. Josh Rogan had a couple people on his show, and it's very possible. Anyway, I'm displaying it here. You'll go into your AirPlay settings, and you see here it has never, ask, automatic. So you're going to go and, anyway, you can see up there. I would recommend clicking on never. But again, that's just me personally. So I hope this information helped out, especially all of you out there that have iPhones, and so that you can keep your information as safe as possible. Y'all take care, and as always, be safe out there.
Thanks. I like seeing the officers do that, kind of do their own thing on the side, sharing important information for the public. Thank you, sir, for your service. So Mandawi in New York City, Mandani in New York City is he's celebrating appointing the first LMNOP FDNY commissioner. So this is the new commissioner of the New York Fire Department. And it's so funny because we know the truth with these folks is that they completely oppose that life, but they will use it, and they've been doing it for a long time, to get where they need to get. But one of these days, when things change quickly, and then there's no more reason to play these games, it'll be a whole new story. If you picking up what I'm putting down.
Whoa. Lillian Bonsignor is a career first responder. In just 9 days, she'll be running the world's busiest fire department, one of the most important appointments of the incoming administration.
And they deserve a leader who cares about their work because she did it herself, who understands every detail, and who will fight tirelessly to empower.
Also to know, this is even more nefarious, is that they also do it because they know that it's weakening these departments and these government institutions.
FDNY and make it the best firefighting force in the world.
Lillian Bonsignor began her career as an EMT in 1991 and was ultimately promoted to chief of the city's EMS division, where she served for 3 years before retiring in 2022. Although she never served as a firefighter, she's confident that won't matter.
I know the job. I know what the firefighters need, and I can translate that to this administration who's willing to listen. I know what EMS needs. I have been EMS for 30 plus years.
Bonsignor is a trailblazer for the LGBTQ community, who will serve as the FDNY's first openly gay commissioner. She's a highly respected, detail-oriented manager whose style has been compared to NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who will remain in her post in the new administration.
All right, there we go. Building it up. And it'll come all down in New York City, as you know. As you know, the prophecies, if you're aware. New video emerged of a Christmas Day carjacking that took place, and oddly enough, it was of a female Washington State Patrol lieutenant in Seattle. And just watch how this, watch how this suspect just kind of casually does this. And we know, again, to me, it's maybe another example of how so many of our departments have been weakened in a lot of ways. Through, I call it DIE, die. And, this is how things like this happen. Yeah, there's no audio, but it's a trip. So dangerous. The things officers have to deal with, right? Crazy. I don't know, do we have any police officers in the audience? Anybody live, or even if you're listening later, let us know. Thanks for your service. I appreciate it. I appreciate the officers. You know, when they defunded our police officers during during all that goofiness, when they were running around defunding officers and police departments, I live in the most liberal city in Oklahoma, so they did it to ours. They defunded ours, and I went and bought $150 worth of gift cards and drove up to the station and gave it to the lady at the desk and said, please hand this out to the officers and let them know that some of us appreciate them. You know what I mean? You got to do stuff like, I felt that was just on my heart when that all happened. You know, yeah, there's some bad ones, but there's also a lot of good ones. And even for the bad ones, they need love. And, so something not mentioned is Nick Shirley later confirmed that there are 14 Somali healthcare companies in this one building. Yeah, there's a lot of this Somali stuff that's coming out. It's really interesting. They're really, wow. A lot of money missing out there. Where did it go?
All of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here. We want healthcare. No, it's okay. Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here? No. Why can't I get healthcare here? No, wait. Warning, you are under video surveillance. No trespassing, security, armed. This is the strangest place I've ever been to get healthcare. Just a bunch of different places. Healthcare here, healthcare right here. Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C. Now we have another Helping Hands, Home Care LLC, another healthcare company. Present Help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
All right. We will not get any healthcare here.
So these are what he's going in. Now, there's a few clips of him today, this young man. I love it. Citizen journalist here, Nick Sorter, I think his name is. But These are all these fraudulent healthcare companies, and there's childcare companies and all this, and millions of dollars have been going to these buildings for these people, and then he's just kind of walking through trying to figure out what's going on.
David, this is one of the stranger places I've ever been. Literally, healthcare every door you go to, yet nobody will give you a rate. How much money do you think's been funneled through this building?
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the daycare centers, and they actually took down our information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that gentlemen matching your description were in this building harassing the individuals who stay here.
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building, so.
Okay.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers, everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay.
So
He's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
No, this is a area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason that you guys are here?
Well, we were checking rates.
No, he's not.
We were checking rates. We asked for rates.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived. We were checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building. No one would really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady. What's the problem, officer?
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from multiple individuals that you guys were harassing individuals who work here. At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also one the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So
As we got escorted out of this building, the Somalis filmed us as we left, and we headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside of the building.
Right here you have.
Right. Honestly, I prayed for this kid, man. Pray for his protection. The citizen journalists, the reporters. He could be in a lot of danger. This has 17 million views. Wow. Love it. See, man, it's when the people get out there and just show the truth. Yes. I love it. Cheer it on. Pray for that young man, please, for his protection, for sure. And his courage. He's already got locked in. But jaw-dropping moment. Here's another one. Somali child care in Minnesota. Lots of money going to these companies.
Children here in your child care?
Which child care names?
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
And where you? Which department?
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center. And look, at this daycare center right here, no children inside of this daycare center. But between those buildings, over $2.6 million. We're
Children here in your child care?
Crazy, right? Wow, and wow. But I'm loving it. This young man, he looks like he's probably in his early 20s. Young guy. He's doing the work that all of these multi-million-dollar news agencies should have been doing all along, right? You would think. But we know all that stuff's, it's a Borg mind. Same script. We get it. It's all been taken over. It's one big corporation, basically, right? But that's why it's beautiful to have these people out here, men and women out here on the streets, just doing it, man. Just showing the truth, having courage, and showing what so many of these news agencies would never. Beautiful stuff. Good job, Nick Sorter. Prayers to you, for sure. You guys heard about what's going on in California? Wowzers. Look at this. Emergency crews in California released videos showing homes and vehicles buried under mud and debris left behind by flash flooding and mud flows in San Bernardino County. Some of the footage, these floods, it's incredible. Isn't that something? Wow, wow, wow. But yeah, I've got some really crazy footage of the actual floods. Something else. Just washing streets away, washing away homes. Here's some madness for you. It says somebody leaves the Catholic Church in Germany every 47 seconds. If you want to know why, watch this midnight mass that was broadcast all across Germany just this past Christmas. And look at this just disgusting display. What you're about to see in the so-called manger is supposed to be a representation of Jesus as a baby.
Unsere Krippe hier ist das Werk einer jungen Künstlerin, das sie eigens für diesen Gottesdienst geschaffen hat. Die Krippe zeigt einen echten Menschen. Er liegt dort, elend, nackt und bloß, wie es schon ein altes Kirchenlied sagt. Der Mensch hier ist eingehüllt, weil er zart und verletzlich ist und wir seine Würde und Intimität bewahren wollen.
Man nennt ihn wunderbarer Ratgeber, starker Gott, Vater in Ewigkeit und Fürst des Friedens.
Eine Welt, in der so viel Dunkel ist, so viel Krieg, so viel Angst, so viel Unsicherheit. Da wäre es ja leicht wegzuschauen oder dicht zu machen, aber Gott macht das nicht. Er kommt hinein, er hält das aus, er bleibt. Und
Disgusting. That's totally blasphemous, sickening. What a just disgusting and gross display. Right? The King of the universe, creator of all, everything that was made out of, that person or whatever is hiding behind that weird stuff, all the people in that church, the church, everything. Every molecule, every atom, everything in capitals. And this is the way they represent him as he comes into this Satan's flesh system to save his children, to give him a chance, at least. ChatGPT's adult mode is coming, and it might not be what you think it is. OpenAI confirms not safe for work features will include age-predicting AI as gatekeeper. OpenAI plans to launch adult mode for ChatGPT in early 2026. It's coming in soon. The feature will use AI to infer users' ages before granting access to mature content. The adult mode may be delayed depending on the age prediction system. But kids, they're going to figure out a way around whatever. So it'll happen, right? So introducing corn type stuff. That's perfect. Thanks, guys. Justice, so some perverted demon on the other end, under the guise of AI, right, gets to talk dirty to people. Ugh. Justice Department says filming immigration raids is domestic terrorism. A leaked Justice Department memo directs federal prosecutors to press, in quotes, domestic terrorism charges against individuals who record immigration operations. Wow. After leaving the Chicago area in November, U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bavino made an unexpected return on December 16th, along with several hundred federal agents and a film crew. Returning to the same aggressive tactics sparked a protest earlier this year. Local officers criticized them for using immigration operations. Okay. I guess I'll move on. Justice Department says filming immigration raids is domestic terrorism. That'll be interesting to see how that's enforced. If it's enforced, it's one to watch. Because they don't want these people recording the agents, especially some of these states are trying to get it to where the agents can't have masks. They can't hide their identity. While the other people can. It's crazy, right? But again, there's like real infighting in our government, right now. So yeah, I think that's the reasoning there. I believe 22 states raising minimum wage in 2026. Oh boy, is your state one of those? Let us know.
Nearly 24 states and Washington, D.C. will be raising their minimum wages in 2026, and in some places, it will be more than double the current federal minimum wage. So the federal minimum wage has been $7.25 an hour since 2009, and some states still use that number. But according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the amount of hourly workers who earned the federal minimum wage or less last year was around 1%. Some economists say history shows small changes in wages don't have a huge effect on businesses.
Companies either absorb the cost or they'll pass some of it forward in the form of higher prices to consumers.
Most of the wage increases will take effect January 1st. Oregon, Alaska, and Florida will raise their hourly minimum wages later in the year.
Oh, there you go. I mean, kind of have to, I guess. Some of these places. We'll see how it goes. As long as it doesn't affect the 3D printing of our meat, I'll be fine with that. Here it says, it's another one. We saw this earlier. Yeah. But it's interesting. It says, although she never served as a firefighter, she's confident that won't matter. Says she's a trailblazer for the LMNOP community who will serve as FDNY's first openly gray commissioner. Wonderful. Because that matters, right? But they always do that. That's all part of the whole DIE system. Have you guys seen this? This is actually from Joe Biden's account. Wishing you a peaceful and joyful Christmas Eve filled with love. I mean, of course on the Masonic floor, but where's Joe? Where's Joe? And is he even really there? I don't know, man. Do you see him? He's behind Jill. He's behind Jill. That's so appropriate. It's almost like they're gaslighting, like letting us know that he was never really there. There really was never a Joe Biden. It was a series of actors and masks and perhaps clones in some cases. Robotoids, some people have wondered. Who knows, right? Maybe his presidency was their chance to test all that, see how far they could go with that kind of thing. And say, hey, it was pretty much successful, you know? But yeah, it doesn't even look like Joe Biden. You know, what we've seen, there's like 10 different Joe Bidens out there, I guess, different images you can look at, and they're all different. Their height's different, their ears are different, they're just, you know, things on their faces, anomalies are different. So strange. Strange family indeed. Man, here's one. I wish I could play the whole darn thing, because this is one of the best stories, love stories. It's one of the best stories I've heard in a long time. This is Jim Brewer's Bruniverse. Jesus Saved My Marriage. Funny How God Works, Season 2, Episode 1. This was fantastic, but it's 16 minutes long. That's the rough part, so I'm trying to think how I could get through a little bit of it. I'll just jump up here and tell you that him and his wife had been fighting a lot. The marriage was looking like it wasn't going good. She was going to church. He wasn't. Please. So she was going to church. He wasn't. And anyway, so there was just some division being created. So I'll play... You know, we can get away with it. I'll play like a bit of it. I'll jump around, but I want to try to get the main story out to you here. It's so good.
You have to come and intervene this now. Please help save this marriage. Please. It was a couple days later. I come walking in the house, and my wife's sitting on the couch. And she clearly has been crying. And I went, are you all right? And she went, I don't know, something happened today. Something happened. I don't know what's going on. I went, well, what's going on? I went into town today, and I went to this coffee shop. And in the coffee shop, there was this woman, and she came up to me and she went, sweetie, I want to do something for you. Will you follow me to my house? And I'm like, well, do you know the woman? She said, no, I've never had conversations with this woman. Well, I said, what did you do? She goes, will you please just come with me? I want to do something for you. Just so I'm clear, you don't know who she is, and she wants to do something for you. And you're like, hey, I'm a stranger. We're gonna coffee shop. I want to do something for you. Come to my house. And you're going to the house. Oh my Lord, have mercy. I go, so now what happens? And she goes, I don't know why I followed her. Okay. And then what? We pulled up to the house. It was a cute house, and she brought me to the living room. And then what? She goes, and the husband came down. Uh-huh. I'm not thinking good things. I'm not thinking good things. Just say what happened. Please, just say what happened. They prayed for me. Not out of disrespect. That's just the last thing it's the last thing that I saw coming. Like, wait a minute. So some stranger meets you, brings you to the house, brings down the husband, and she wants to do something for you, and now they're praying for you? And what do you mean they were praying? She went, Jimmy, wait, they prayed that I find, goodness, and may God find, love through me. And I said, what are you doing while they're praying? She went, I don't know. I get this overwhelming feeling, and I never had anyone do that for me. And I just felt this overwhelming love, and I just started sobbing. I mean, help me. I go, okay. She goes, I don't know what's going on, but I want to start going to church. And I want to learn more about God and Jesus. Can we find a church? Sure. Yeah. What? Right? She's doing, she's reading, she's going to church, she's meeting with people, and she'd come home, she's like, you don't go to church? I went, I tried a couple times, just, you say a lot of things that are like from the Bible. I was like, what? And she'd give examples, like, you said this and you do this, and I went, well, yeah, like, do you see me? I talk to God. I go in the woods and, show me what you want me to do. I don't know what I'm doing here. And we'd have deep conversations, where in the past, I'd go sit on the patio with one of my friends, and she didn't, she's like, what are you guys doing? Like, we're talking about the stars and the earth and our souls and this and God. And she's like, I don't understand how God has to mix it. But now we'd have these, what do you think of this? I'm like,
Okay, so I'll jump ahead just a little here.
I've asked you a million times to do this, and I've asked you this, but you don't listen. You don't listen about anything. Unless it's not a thing, and thing. And you know what? You remember back in November and May, I had a thing, but you didn't do that. All I could think about was, wow, Jesus lasted. Yeah, he lasted 3 months. He did good. But all my life, my hand to God, my heart sank because I just heard, it's over. Oh, it's over. It's over. And then she went walking to the bedroom, and I'm just sitting there numb, holding back tears, going to have to find an apartment. Oh my God, I had 2 little kids, like this is, and I hear her in the room like, now she's on the phone. You know how much he's saying? He sucks and he did this and he does that and he does this and he's slamming drawers and slamming things, and all of a sudden I got quiet. And she comes walking down the stairs and walking up to me, and I'm silent, but I'm ready for battle. And she goes with the most calm, peaceful manner, Jim, I am so sorry. It's not you that I'm angry with. I have a lot of anger issues that I'm working with, and I'm talking to the Lord about it, and I'm learning about God and I'm learning about the Lord, I'm going to slip. I'm a work in progress. And I just want you to know, I can choke up thinking about it. You're an incredible husband, and I know you are. And I know how committed you are. And you're a great father. And I thank God for that person of who you are. But I'm going to slip up a lot, and I just want to tell you, please be patient with me. And I love you. I love you too.
All right, now here's another good place to jump ahead because we are getting the big parts of it here. All right, so we understand that part now. He has to go to the store, and this is awesome. So I'll play the rest out.
Are you going to do the right thing like this kid was yours? That's what I talk about. Like, I always have a God conscious, or people will say like a Christ conscious, like, what would you want right here? And on my life, that's what spun through my heart and my head. And I went, it's not always what you think it is. And all I can think about is like, if this kid goes to California, if she's the...
Let me see. Yeah, I jumped ahead a little bit too much. Let's go here.
Lady, okay? I walk in and she's got these big blue eyes, and I can tell she's all about, oh my God, this guy from TV. So I said, hey, what's going on? And she went, I want to be an actress, and I'm moving to LA, and I just want to get in movies, and I want to be, and she's leaning over the counter, and all my life, all I can think about was, this may be my daughter one day, this may be my child one day. How would I want this man to handle this situation? Am I going to have a demon take control of her and take advantage of her and tell her anything she wants to hear? Or are you going to do the right thing like this kid was yours? That's what I talk about. Like, I always have a God conscious, or people will say like a Christ conscious, like, what would you want right here? And on my life, that's what spun through my heart and my head, and I went, it's not always what you think it is. And all I can think about is like, if this kid goes to California, if she's this excited over me, I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm not a producer. If you go out to LA and you're putting yourself out that hard, these demonic monsters are gonna name drop. They can take name. They see you coming. This kid can't go down. I gotta have a conversation with this kid. I said, Bob, is it cool if we go have a conversation? Yeah. I'm like, how long should you have a break? He's like, yeah, half hour if you guys want to do 45 minutes. I said, why don't we go have a bite to eat real quick? And I got so honest with her, morality. I talked about people that I've known that got sucked up by this industry, drugs. I got so honest and real with her. By the time it was over, she was like, hey, wow, I never thought of that stuff. I'm like, no, nobody does. You need to know these things, because I'm telling you right now, I can tell you're willing to listen to anyone, and they will take advantage of you, and they will target you. Trust me. Any question you have, please just call. I have nothing to offer you but truth. I really don't. I don't want anything terrible to happen to you. If you want to be an actress, go be an actress. But please, use your resources to ask real questions. There's a little coffee shop in town. I'll never forget, I go in there one day, and there's a woman a little older. I'm going to say, 15 years older than me. Very attractive woman. She had beautiful blue eyes. And she's going, I think I'm just going to get my eyes done and maybe do something on my eyelids, and then maybe, and I went, excuse me, why would you do that? You have beautiful eyes. You're beautiful. don't change anything. Go with the flow. Like, how old are you? And she told me her age. I'm like, oh my gosh. And you're talking about doing your, I know. Don't do that. And all of a sudden, she goes, I know who you are. And, you know, in my head, obviously, I go straight to, okay, the TV stuff, right? And the thing, and here we go. She's going to call like, oh my God, go boy. I remember you on Saturday Night Live with a, oh my God, that was great. Okay, we're part of Tiny do that. Hey, I'm gonna jump back. I remember it was all. And she's looking deep in my eyes. Not like, she's just looking deep into my eyes. And she went, can I give you a hug? And sure. And she gives a hug. And then she stares at me and she goes, you're the one. You're the one that saved my daughter. I went, what? You don't understand. I prayed to God every day. I prayed, please let her find God. She wanted to move to California, and I knew she was in so much trouble and what she's been through in life. I went, oh, the girl at the camera shop. She was, yes, it's my daughter. I don't know what you said to her. It changed her life. She goes to church and she's a beautiful human being. Her whole life has changed. She doesn't even want to do that. She helps other people. Like, that was you. I went, well, it wasn't me, man. I would hope that any man would do that and any father would do that. That was God. That's all God. And she goes, no, you allowed that to happen. And she started tearing up and she gave me another hug. And that's the woman that brought my wife to the house and saved our marriage. It's funny how God works.
Whoa. Told you. Beautiful. I think that's amazing. Amazing story. Minnesota leftist judge overturns a Somali fraud guilty verdict, which was unanimous. I know we're getting right back into it, but whew, yeah, I really liked that one myself. Hope you liked it too.
Big reversal in a $7.2 million fraud case in Hennepin County. The judge has thrown out the jury's guilty verdict.
This wasn't some technical hiccup. These fraudsters, Abdelfatah Yusuf and Lul Ahmed, were convicted on 6 counts of charges, months of evidence, a jury that deliberated for hours, all erased in one ruling.
Yusuf and his wife, Lul Ahmed, were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant, or PCA, scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money.
And here's the part that rattled people inside the system. The judge didn't say the fraud didn't happen. She said the state couldn't prove who was responsible, which raised this question on everyone's minds. If a case this obvious can't hold, what happens to the rest? Because this ruling hit while Minnesota is already buried under billion-dollar fraud scandals, overseas money trails, and growing federal probes into how taxpayer money keeps disappearing. And here's the twist most people missed. Once that verdict collapsed, the issue stopped being one defendant. It became about whether Minnesota's system can still enforce fraud at all, or whether the feds are stepping in because the state no longer can. And that's where this story really starts. Here's why this case collapsing came out of nowhere and was shocking for most people. This wasn't a messy jury split or a hung panel. It was a unanimous guilty verdict, and that's because all the facts were on the prosecution's side. The fraudulent couple had a home healthcare business that barely existed, and billing Minnesota's Medicaid program for services that either weren't documented or never happened at all. But that wasn't all.
The jury heard evidence that he ran his home health care company, Promise Health, out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located.
And what's more, they followed the money and found a whole lot of it in Abdelfatah's accounts. Over $1 million moved from the business into personal accounts. Nearly $400,000 withdrawn in cash. You might be thinking, what could they have possibly needed that much money for? Well, according to prosecutors, they splurged it on luxury purchases, mansions, luxury vacations, a lifestyle that stood out immediately because it didn't exactly line up with their paycheck.
The files documenting spending sprees in which defendants, get this, took taxpayer money that was obviously meant to feed hungry kids during the pandemic, and instead they used it to buy fancy cars, property, jewelry.
And when jurors heard all that evidence, it only took them a few hours to reach a verdict. The jury foreperson later said this about the case.
It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most, based off of the state's evidence that was presented.
Wow. So, again, that's the level of crazy corruption we're at, is that these loony judges are just completely, the law is out the door, right? Truth is out the door. Whatever they want to be done is going to be done, whether you all vote against it or what. It's like, we're going to go ahead and do what we want to do. So something, I'm hoping that, something's done out there, that they have some feds head out there and start looking. And I think they are, more and more, as the people are talking about this. It's making the news, local news out there more and more. Says, I thought this was fake, but it's real, from Wall Street Apes. So let's check this out. Oh, yeah, wait. The man, okay, so this guy, Claudio, I don't know if you guys heard about this, because there's so many of these that take place. I usually cover them on Monday's show, the mass bang situations. But this feller did that in a lecture hall in Brown University. And his ex is under Nevis, Claudio. And he only has 79 followers. This is right after all this stuff happened. But what's really weird is that one of those followers was Barack Obama. Isn't that strange? Very interesting. Here it is. One of the followers. Doesn't smell good, does it? I see butterflies. I see monarch. That's what I see. But that level of him, like, just straight up, like, that level of involvement, even publicly following, wow, it's very interesting. Grown man breaks down in tears after calling a random phone number. Oh, this is a bit of a doom break. It's really sweet, though. Check this out. Apparently, it's a pep talk hotline created by children, elementary school kids in California. Check it out.
Okay, so if you call this number, it is pre-recorded kindergartners giving you a little bit of childlike motivation. So let's call them.
Hi, welcome to Pep Talk, a public art project by Westside School. Bienvenidos a Pep Talk, un proyecto creado por los estudiantes de Westside School.
Para un mensaje feliz, presiona 5.
Please listen to the following options for encouraging messages. If you're feeling mad, frustrated, or nervous, press 1. If you need words of encouragement and life advice, press 2. If you need a pep talk from kindergartners, press 3.
We're gonna do 3.
If you need to hear kids laughing with delight, press 4. You can do it! Keep trying! Don't give up! Be grateful for yourself. Dude, live it up. Be you. I trust that you can make things right. Be happy. Try it again. Believe in yourself. If you're feeling up high and unbalanced, think of groundhogs. It's okay to be different. Always stay together. Don't give up, power through. We all really like you. Never back down, never give up. The world is a better place.
Oh, shit. Okay. Y'all should call that number.
Aw. Sweet. Sweet. I wish they did more stuff like that with the kids, you know? Get them off screens and then do some fun, cool stuff like that, you know? It says, driven out of California, the auto industry just quit. And California is unfortunately really falling quickly. Week by week, there's stories.
You drive a car in California, now you're trapped in California. Because the auto industry just looked at the state, did the math, and said, we're done. Tesla, GM, Ford. 3 companies, thousands of jobs, gone. But here's the thing. It's not just cars. It's Chevron, it's Valero, it's Oracle, it's Hewlett-Packard, it's SpaceX, it's X. It's Joe Rogan, it's Patrick Bet-David, it's Elon Musk. It's an exodus. And Governor Newsom's response? Well, he called GM CEO a sellout. So I started digging. Let me show you what's happening to the car industry in California. Tesla, the company California built right up the street from here in Fremont. Listen to this.
In April 2024, Tesla delivered a WARN notice to California authorities, informing them that more than 3,000 jobs would be permanently eliminated across its Fremont area sites.
Did you hear that? 3,300 jobs permanently eliminated. Right up the street from here, Fremont, the factory that put Tesla on the map. And that's just the beginning.
More than 1,700 General Motors employees recently received indefinite layoff notices. These are not temporary furloughs or short-term production pauses. Indefinite layoffs often mean jobs that may never return.
Now look at what GM is doing. Indefinite. Jobs that may never return. Now these GM cuts are happening across the country. Michigan, Ohio, Kansas. But here's what matters to you. GM has been in California since 1962. Design studios, tech centers, engineering hubs. And now, Newsom is publicly attacking their CEO. GM sold us out. Mary Barra sold us out. That's not a negotiation. That's a temper tantrum. And Ford, well, the company that built the Mustang, listen to what they said.
California Design Studio would close by November, affecting 263 employees, nearly 100 of them engineers who spent years developing hardware for the company's most iconic vehicles.
Ford's Irvine Design Studio is closed. 263 employees, 100 of them engineers, the people who designed the cars that you drive. Now, look, Ford offered most of them jobs in Long Beach or Michigan, but that's not the point. The point is, Ford looked at Orange County, one of the wealthiest counties in America, and said, yo, we're out. Tesla, GM, Ford. 3 companies, 1 message. California is not worth it anymore. But here's what they don't want you to see. This isn't just about cars. This is about everything. Let's talk about energy. Chevron, been in California since 1879. That's 145 years. August 2024, they announced they're moving their headquarters to Houston, Texas. A company that's been here since before your great-great-grandparents were born, looked at Sacramento and said, yo, we're done.
There we go. Yeah, madness out there in California. It's such a shame. We know it's all by design. It's really unfortunate. But when California was once thriving, it was definitely the place to be. Perfect weather, really, like just perfect weather. And you have access to everything. You can go skiing, you can go surfing, and everything in between. There's deserts. You can drive buggies, have all the fun out there in the deserts and the sands, and amazing hiking and mountains, of course. I mean, it's got it all. You know, California's just got it all. And the weather, again, it's just so great. Really, really cool place, you know, but so just, and I lived out there for several years, some of y'all know. Had the pleasure of living out there in that Los Angeles area. It was fun. It's always felt like an adventure, you know, every day it was something new. But now it's like, wow, they just keep pounding down on the people out there in California. Kamala Harris casually dropping a truth bomb on the entire nation.
My phone is actually on my lap, and you know, I know I've been teased about this, but I like these kinds of earpods that have the thing, because I've served on the Senate Intelligence Committee. I have been in classified briefings, and I'm telling you, like, don't be on the train using your earpods and thinking somebody can't listen to your conversation. I'm just telling you, that's a little bit more secure.
So, you roll those 100 calls. Roll those 100 calls in just a couple. So, President Biden says he's stepping out of the campaign.
See, my phone is...
That's so funny. Yeah, you know, even her, I don't know, is that a mask? If you look at the neck there, but just to think that she was the most vice president, or the president, sorry, it's just insanity, isn't it? The clown world that we exist in. But a heavy truth. I mean, I was expecting her to go the route of it, you know, the wireless affecting your brain activity and things like that. Because that's one reason I won't mess with them. Any radiation right there in your ear. But no, she went the other way, so that's pretty interesting. Who might be listening in? Let's talk about this Nicaragua. Have you guys heard this about what Nicaragua's doing with Bibles? Let me see if I can turn the volume up a little bit. From Blade of Judah.
Talking about this, Nicaragua is banning tourists from bringing Bibles into the country. Their president, Daniel Ortega, is completely against it. He's even banning and barring people from entering the country that have Bibles. And you can even see the Catholic Church and the Christian churches within Nicaragua and around sort of challenging Daniel Ortega and saying that this isn't fair. This is clearly a form of religious persecution. And if we have eyes, guys, we have seen religious persecution against Christians within some of these other countries besides the West sort of rising and ramping up. That's not to say there isn't persecution taking place against others. That's apparent as well. But this is a Christian page and we talk about Christian topics. While I can't say that I'm surprised, because if you read your Bible, you know that Jesus warned us things like this would happen. I am shocked that there's not very many people talking about it, but the world is becoming godless and faithless. Jesus told us it would be that way in the end times. In fact, Jesus told us that in the last days, when the Son of Man returns, will he find faith on the earth? And it was a rhetorical question because he knows not many people have faith. And it's things like this, implementations like this, that's just going to further drive people away from the truth of the Lord Jesus Christ and his gospel.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Blade of Judah. He's cool. I like his channel. This on TikTok, if you ever want to look him up. See what Blade of Judah's up to. And this is what they call main character syndrome. You may have heard of this before, but it's a real issue with some of the younger generation. They get out in public, you know, to film their videos because they want to have it real, you know, in the public. But look at this. I mean, just, you know, completely not caring at all about the people around her or their situation at all. And they do this. I mean, this is like narcissism on full display. It's really freaky. It's delusion, you know. It's like they're so into their own thing and on their own deal. It's like they just don't care about anybody else, you know. All right, let's see.
So this is social media content today. You go to Target, stand in the middle of the aisle, intentionally in the way of everybody, just to film some TikTok dance video. And when that poor older woman tries to walk around you and doesn't see you, she trips and falls over the corner of the shelf and hurts herself. All for you to film it and post it on social media. Then you go and make a video to try and apologize, save face, explain that she had to be taken away in an ambulance, but you laugh at her and her fall in the comments. Shame on you and all 228,000 people that liked your video. And I'm no lawyer, but that woman should absolutely be able to sue you or take legal action against you. And trust me, you do this to the wrong person, I promise you, you won't be laughing about it after. You need to do better. Mind your own business.
All right, we will, sir. His name is Joey Swoll, S-W-O-L, I believe. He's a well-known influencer, I guess, on some platforms. Chevron is pulling out California after 146 years out of, headquartered there since 1879. So we saw a little bit, that other guy was talking a little bit about that. Here's a little more.
Mike Wirth, the CEO of Chevron, was getting ready to move Chevron out of California, texted him and said, "We're about to make this announcement. I'd like to tell you before you read about it." Gavin Newsom replied, essentially, quote, "I don't need to talk about it. I'm good."
Did you hear that? I'm good.
Okay, we'll move on. So we got it. Wow, look at those prices. Man, where I'm at, it was around $2 because I just had to go fill up. So it was about $2 a gallon. It's so nice. We're seeing the lowest gas prices, I think, that I can remember probably since, I guess, around lockdowns or whatever. It's been a long time. But I haven't seen around $2 gas in just a really long time. I think that the premium was like $2.37 or something like that. It's crazy. Crazy. But I love it. Don't get me wrong. More, please. More savings, please. So here's a story we're going to get quite a bit of today. I've got kind of the full story on this young man, but this one really went viral, and it went viral quickly. I mean, this really popped. Yeah, because this is posted on the 20th, December 20th. 4.2 million views on this one. But like I said, this one blew up. Many of you may have heard this story. Former Nickelodeon child star Tyler Chase, who is known for his role as Martin in the show Ned's Declassified Survival Guide. I was too old for that show. Maybe some of you guys watched it. He was spotted appearing unrecognizable and homeless in California, and many fans and questions are out there. What does Nickelodeon do to these children? So, like I said, here's one clip, but there's a few coming on him today. Clips, updates.
Did you play on Disney Channel?
Nickelodeon.
Oh, Nickelodeon. What show is it again?
Ned's Declassified School Survival.
Oh yeah, you were that kid on it, huh? Yeah. I remember you. Yeah.
It says, now facing a hard chapter in his life, living on the streets. Despite his early success, life took an unexpected turn that left him without a stable home or support system. He's a kind, resilient soul who deserves the chance to rebuild and regain his footing. This fundraiser is dedicated to helping him with safe housing, food, basic necessities, and the resources he needs to get back on his feet. Every donation, no matter the size, will make a real difference in giving him hope, stability, as he works towards a brighter future. So there's a fundraiser there for him, but just wanted to get a little background on what's up. Like I said, I got more clips coming. Any of you watch that show? Let me know what you think. Says this lady claims to have died and come back from hell. Yeah, this is quite the story. It's only a few minutes. Check it out.
Is like truly waking up. I don't know how to explain it, but just fully knowing the truth. You're not wondering anything anymore, but the fear hits when you're like, this is the truth. So I woke up basically in a van while I was in hell, and I was being transported, and we all had like black bags over our head, and I knew nobody in there, and because you won't even get the comfort in hell of familiarity, knowing anyone. And they brought us in, and it was like the demons who do the transporting are like the grunts, and they're a lot more ugly. The higher up, the ones of higher principalities have a more beautiful tongue, like music. You know, you hear garbage music, somebody who cannot play the instruments well, that's basically like what grunt demons are. The higher up ones sound more beautiful, and they speak in a different tongue, not tongues that you speak to Jesus, the Lord, different. I don't know how else to explain it though. A different language, I don't know. And those were the ones transporting us. So we went in, it was like this triage area. You're checking in. They're stripping you of all your stuff. And like you have like these, I don't know, you come in these rags. It's so real. It's not, I try to tell people it's so real. It's not you're floating in outer space. You're not like teleporting. It's just like the earth, only everything is like dimmed down. If you like dim the light down on your phone all the way to where you could just barely see anything. And they would triage 13 people at a time and then 17 people at a time. 13 people at a time and 17 people at a time. I don't know why. And so we would go through there. After that, they would strap you to all these beds. And I remember looking behind me to my right, and I could see this huge, tall creature sitting at a bench. I could see the back of him, and it was like a big wall covered in a sand, and he would write in it. They would take a person's like spirit out and set it next to him, to his right, and he would write everything about them. And not like the book of life. That's not what I'm saying. Everything recorded from their life kind of on this sand wall, and as he would write it, it would disappear into the sand. So
That's interesting. It says the full testimonies on YouTube on Lifted, Lyfted channel, and they are a good channel. I've shared a lot of testimonies from that channel over time. This was on TBN, and it's the exact opposite of what the majority of teachers they air on there teach. It says, I don't know much about this woman to say for sure about her theology, but what she says here condemns the majority of the teachers on TBN, which is pretty great. Trinity Broadcasting Network.
I could not understand why God wouldn't heal me. I mean, Psalm 84, verse 11, no good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless. And I kind of got my life in order, and I was, walking according to the word. And then other places where in Jeremiah, I think it's chapter 32, where God says, I will do good to them, his people, with all my heart and soul. God wants to do good. No good thing will he withhold. What one of you who asks for bread will be given a stone. Your heavenly Father gives only good gifts. Every good and perfect gift comes down from the Father of lights. So good, good, good. Well, walking is good. Having use of your hands is good. So it made sense. Why wouldn't God heal me? And if he didn't heal me, then his idea of good must be very different than mine. And so I went to faith healers, Catherine Coleman, local faith healers. I went to churches where I was anointed with oil and prayed over. Someone would grab my hands, arise and walk. And I would do all I could to get up, and nothing happened. But rather than discourage me, I went back into the Bible and I just dug a little bit deeper. And in the Bible, I began to understand God's idea for good. And that is that I might have courage, and I might prize things like patience and perseverance and endurance and self-control, that I might cling to Jesus. I read in 2 Corinthians chapter 1 where Paul says, my brothers, I don't want you to be uninformed about the troubles that we endured in Asia. We were in far beyond what we could endure, and we despaired even of our lives. And I read that and I thought, yeah, that's me. That's me. I'm despairing of my life. I don't like being paralyzed. And then in the next verse, 2 Corinthians 1:9, he says, but these things happened that we might not rely on ourselves, but on God. And so for 57 years, I've been relying on God. And I've got that patience.
Love it.
I've got that perseverance, praise the Lord. I've got the courage. It doesn't come from me, does it, Sheila? It comes from the Lord Jesus, without whom I'd be nothing. I'd be burnt toast. I'd be gone in a nanosecond. I would have drowned in that water. But he's been so generous. And the greatest tragedy of my life, breaking my neck, ultimately became God's greatest use of my life. And I still am amazed.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Wonderful warrior sister in Christ. Beautiful heart. Look at that face, that smile, those eyes. Love it. And she's right. So many of those people on there do that. You know, they healing is a gift of the Holy Spirit. But clearly, a lot of those people don't have it. And there's always some weird stuff with some of those TV type personalities, TV ministries, as you know. I always felt weird about them. My grandma watched that stuff all the time. But I didn't mind 700 Club. I kind of grew up on 700 Club, so, you know, and it has its issues, and there's definitely, even once I woke up to things, I did some videos on Pat, Robertson, and there are some weird things there, but regardless, overall, I still liked their message. I still like their message. They still get a lot of good stories out there, and they keep up current with things. It's not just like an old school church preaching the same stuff week after week, over and over, not paying attention to anything happening in the world. Just focus on Jesus, you'll be fine. It's like, meanwhile, the wolf is at your door. So you have to let people know. Anyway, cleaning lady exposes YouTuber's home that no one actually lives in. What do you guys think this could mean? This opens up a lot of possibilities. It's very strange. So check this out. This is interesting. What could this mean? How fake is a lot of these YouTube channels? Are a lot of these YouTube channels?
Okay, so I'm a cleaning lady for a YouTuber, and I'm gonna show you a little bit. So I clean a house, and people would think, oh, someone lives here. No, no one lives in this house. This is all strictly for filming. You would think children live here. No. You would think this is all filming. All for filming. No one lives here. I gotta clean that up. That was left from last night, so we'll get that. But yeah, and then that's horrible. Horrible. Ugh. But yeah, it's just for filming. Like, no one lives here. See, look at all this mess I have to clean up. I will get it straightened. But no people. There's no people. This is a classroom. No people. And then we've got another bathroom. And bedroom. Santa's workshop. Storage. But yeah, so believe it or not, this is a house nobody lives in. It's strictly for filming. And I get to clean it all up. This one gets messy sometimes too. You've seen a lot of
So, it's very interesting because of, there's power in programming, and there's a lot of power in being an influencer with a lot of people watching and listening. And I wonder how many of these, quote, families are on, that are on YouTube filming this place. They're not even a family. It's just maybe a couple of actors, and the kids are all actors, and they all just play this thing, and then they can insert whatever propaganda they want. I'm just saying. That'd be one thing that would make sense, I don't know. Very interesting. Everything's fake. Nightscope robots. This is nuts. Here we are, y'all. Welcome to the future. Ain't what we thought, necessarily. Nightscope robots have been deployed by the Boston Police Department as part of a pilot program to deter crime and also to get people used to it. These robots provide real-time surveillance of Americans with 360-degree cameras, license plate recognition, thermal imaging, and they're recording audio and video. Beautiful. And people love it. I bet people are... How many selfies do you think people took with that thing?
Come to the big city and... What's happening?
It's kind of cute. That is nice.
Yes, I had to press the button to see what happened. Okay. What is the purpose of this machine?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sorry, it's a bit noisy. What is the purpose of this machine, please? I forgot the box. I know, we just wondered what this machine was for.
I'm sorry, what?
Why is this thing here on our camera? What's it for? What's the purpose? What's the point?
Is there someone inside there?
That'd be funny. It'd be really funny, I think. If it opened up and someone came out, all right, guys, you got me. That's pretty wild. Yeah, it's funny now, right? Hey, look, guys, this is our future prison wardens. Let's take a selfie. Says we should see a lot more of this on the news. It's really crazy, catastrophic flooding. It's an emergency. And let's let this young lady report. It's a short clip anyway. But some pretty powerful footage. Look at this.
2 levees broke in the last 36 hours in the Seattle area. Like, this is catastrophic flooding. We should see so much more about this on the news. It's only on TikTok, like a little on the Times, but this is a catastrophe.
Look at that.
This is an emergency.
Thanks, lady. Good footage, I think. Trump DOJ announces payments to, quote, white men for being victims of racial discrimination. Big payouts. That is really wild. Look at this.
A society of wokeness and DEI that had habitual and systemic discrimination racially, but against us. And it's been proven time and time again by thousands of studies now that the hiring managers and the quota systems that restricted white male candidates destroyed an entire generation of young, high-achieving white men. And the DOJ is now demanding that there be retribution and reconciliation and reparations to white people. Incredible times that we are living in. Federal watchdog urges white men to report possible workplace discrimination. JD Vance, boosts the message. Federal watchdog shared a message on Wednesday asking white men to come forward with potential instances of racial discrimination in the workplace. JD Vance reposted the message from the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. You probably heard of it. The chairwoman of that commission posted a statement on X. Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination based on your work or race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact us. Yes, this is a real post. Here is the post itself. It's been seen by millions of people, 7,000 reposts, 26,000 likes, and 2,000 comments. We are committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all race and sex discrimination, including against white males and employees and applicants. Oh, wow. Just the Overton window has broken now. It's great to see that the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission is asking white American men to file complaints as they experience workplace discrimination on the basis of race, sex, or race. But it'd be even better and relevant if the authorities started fining and sanctioning corporations that openly boasted about their anti-white discrimination. Corporate America promised to hire a lot more people of color. It actually did. Look at this. Whites were 6% of the hires. People of color were 94% of the hires. And the tertiary results of this are catastrophic, because if those young white men don't go get jobs, they don't buy homes, start families, have careers, have children. You're cutting off an entire race of people because of their skin color.
All right, we'll go and stop there. I just want to play a little bit of that report, but that's really wild. Like, what a turn that has taken, right? But the thing is, you know, attorneys like to win cases and make money too. So there's so many of those cases available now because that stuff, especially under what we called Biden, under that administration, that stuff was just all over the place, right? Like total unfairness and openly towards that skin color, them whiteys. Says it's chaos. Massive power blackout left San Francisco in darkness. Waymo vehicles were glitching out. You guys hear about that?
So the power has been out in San Francisco for most of the day, and the Waymos have no idea what to do because the streetlights aren't working. This one's just sitting in the crosswalk, and these 3 are just sitting here with their lights blinking.
It's like leave the world behind.
And as you can see right there, things are getting chaotic in San Francisco. This massive outage knocking out power to 130,000 homes and businesses across the area. 1/3 of the city left in darkness, as you can see in the images, and a lot of people going to social media complaining about this. As you just witnessed the guy talking about the Waymo vehicles, they're shut down in the city. This is causing gridlock in many different areas. It's bad enough when the lights go out, but most of the time people can take turns going at a light like they're supposed to. When it comes to the Waymo vehicles, they're stopped dead in their tracks because the lights are out, they don't know what to do or where to go. Elon Musk tried to chime in and say that his vehicles were not affected by this. Now, this outage, they said, was caused by a fire that broke out inside a Pacific Gas and Electric, or PG&E, substation, and that was on 8th and Mission Streets. So just one substation getting taken out can cause this big of a problem and an issue. Again, people upset about this, businesses affected. They're saying that it's causing significant disruptions.
All right, I'll end there. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of that scene from Leave the World Behind, where all the automated vehicles are just spazzing out and they eventually just kind of stop up, crash into each other, and create massive jams, you know? Speaking of which, self-driving cars froze mid-street after the San Francisco blackout with passengers trapped inside. Wow, imagine if they were those Teslas. Like little death machines.
The power went out in a huge chunk of
Let's turn that up a hair.
The power went out in a huge chunk of San Francisco, and the Waymo self-driving taxis had a tough time handling it. Hey everybody, it's Garvin, just got done doing the news, and this is the most interesting thing I heard today. It's looking like a fire at a PG&E substation was the cause of a blackout that, at its height, covered about a quarter of San Francisco and affected more than 125,000 customers. But perhaps the most visibly affected were the fleet of Waymo self-driving taxis. Videos started popping up online almost immediately from all over the city of Waymos just stopped in the middle of roadways and intersections, lights flashing, not moving, often with passengers still in them. With traffic already being bad because of all the traffic lights out at so many intersections, these stuck cars just made a bad situation so much worse.
Crazy. Yeah, if you haven't seen Leave the World Behind, I highly recommend, because there's definitely a lot of PP in there. Predictive programming, if you will. And we've already seen some of it come to fruition, which is interesting. A lady was impressed by her neighbor's Christmas decorations, so this is what she did. And this is actually really sweet, man. This kind of reminds me of the way I grew up, the kind of people we grew up around, you know, stuff like that. This is nice. A little holiday cheer, if you will. Isn't that sweet? That's so sweet. I love it. Love it. Yes, sir. Scott Beck asked if I'd seen the trailer for Disclosure Day. Sir, I actually made a video about it. Check it out. It's actually the last video I produced. It was almost a week ago, or somewhere around a week ago, I think. And yeah, go check it out. It's called Spielberg Prepares the World for Alien Saviors. It says, now, Nicki Minaj goes to bat for Christmas at AmFest. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in the world, is what she says.
Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world. Amen.
Amen. I don't know if you can see this at home, but she's getting a ton of standing ovations.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, like I said, my new video, I'll be talking about some of the symbolism all around that festival right there, the fest. And there was a lot, too. This is beautiful, a nice little doom break, if you will, but this man creates art within art, and it is truly magnificent, not maleficent. Man, that's one of those things I could just watch, you know, probably for at least a good day. But you want to see more of that kind of stuff. It's so interesting. Same thing with the cat TV thing on YouTube. Sometimes I put YouTube on TV, and then I'll put up cat TV, and there's all these different options. It's usually just somewhere out in nature. Someone puts a bunch of seeds out there, nuts and whatever, and they set up a camera and they sit there for hours, and you'll have everything walking by, all kinds of birds, even deer in some of them, squirrels, all kinds of things. There's some you can get where it's just bird feeders, so it's nonstop birds over and over, and the cats love it. Cat or Chubbs will sometimes like swipe at the screen, but a lot of times he'll just chill and watch it anyway. And I'm trying not to do it too much because I don't want to get him addicted to screens, because sometimes he'll go over there and stand in front of the TV or sit in front of it and look up and start meowing, and I know now he's like calling out because he wants to see the animals again. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'll work on that. I'll figure that out. But now I find myself sitting around watching cat TV. It's on now. Like, I'll put it on in the background, especially now for shows. I started doing it to kind of keep him chill for a little bit. And now I'm doing it nonstop. It's really peaceful. It's just like a little window to nature in the background. It's nice. Big question, what the crap happened to Jonah Hill? Have you guys seen this? This is his new look for a new movie coming out. But again, he's just another one of those examples of like extreme makeovers and changes with some of these Hollywood celebrities, men and women. Extreme changes. Where so much so, some people are even asking, is it the same person anymore? Right? He looks like Ryan Gosling. When I first saw it, looks like Ryan Gosling on the right side, doesn't he? It's crazy. This looks like two totally different people. Right? What's happening in Hollywood? Yeah, there's so many of them are changing. Reports indicate that more than 30 people a day now are being arrested over social media posts in the United Kingdom. It says it's official. Britain is a police state. Yeah, I think you could call it that. Keystone Cops. Wow, crazy. So I'm guessing that's somehow connected to... Wow, right? Where's your phone? Where's your phone? What did you just put on Twitter or on X or on Facebook? What's that meme? Where's the meme? In 2021, little Rose drowned in a pool. Her brother Eric, just 18 at the time, pulled her out and performed CPR, saving her. And this is their reunion after her 4-day hospital stay. So here's a nice little break for us. Pull out those Kleenex.
Mom, where were you?
Love it. Beautiful. Bonded. Forever. Bond. Forever bond. Beautiful. Chili Peen was asking about... was saying, I can't remember the channel, but the cat's name is Todd. Yeah, it's called... I've showed clips of it on here on the shows before. It's called The Chronicles of Todd on YouTube, and it's one of these things where, if you didn't know, you can buy these pads that have different colors and produce different noises, and also they mean different things, like different words, and somehow some of these people are getting their animals trained to go press on these buttons and actually kind of communicate with them. And it's startling to see what happens with some of these. Like, it seems to be like it's a real thing, like it's happening. And that's what Todd, The Chronicles of Todd is. It's a real cute cat, Todd, and he does the buttons. So I'll have to pull up another one of it. I'm subbed to that channel. It's really good. I think, because it's really unique. I love that. I was wondering if I should do that with Chubbs. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to talk to him that much. I'm a pretty quiet person. I actually like it when it's quiet. And if he really learned how to do that, man, he'd probably be talking all the time. You know what I mean? He already meows at me all the time. A Los Angeles Home Depot has installed noise machines in their parking lots that emit a high-pitched tone designed to keep illegal day laborers and overnight RV parkers out of their parking lots. And now the illegals and advocates are demanding the noise machines be removed. All right, let's check this out.
Day laborers and their advocates are urging Home Depot to remove noise machines installed on light poles in the parking lot of the store in Cypress Park. So maybe you could hear it there. The machines emit a high-pitched tone. Advocates say that the noise is meant to keep day laborers away. The store says it's part of several initiatives to keep it safe and prevent illegal overnight parking. Now, in the video we received, you can hear the sound during the day. Photos also show RVs, cars, and trash in the parking lot. Home Depot says the Cypress Park location is the only one in Southern California to use the noise machines and that they've seen a noticeable difference in overnight parking since they started using them. Day laborers and their advocates are urging Home Depot to remove noise machines installed on light poles in the parking lot of the store in Cypress Park. So maybe you could hear it there. The machines emit a high-pitched tone. Advocates say that the noise is meant to keep day laborers away. The store says it's part of several initiatives to keep it safe and prevent illegal overnight parking. Now, in the video we received, you can hear the sound during the day. Photos also show RVs, cars, and trash in the parking lot. Home Depot says the Cypress Park location is the only one in Southern California to use the noise machines and that they've seen a noticeable difference in overnight parking since they started using them. Day laborers and
Yeah, that's really interesting. There's some businesses. I've seen other businesses that'll do that, but like on their storefronts, they have different sounds, music, things that's annoying things. It's usually a song, some kind of annoying song on a short loop, and they'll play it over and over and over again outside on their storefront. Says this will change the whole look of the streets. Oh yeah, this is nuts. This is definitely looks kind of futuristic. It's the Tesla Robo-Van. Says it'll literally become your living room on wheels. Look at that. It really is. It's a living room on wheels. It's fancy. I don't know. Would you ever want one of those? I really don't care about earthly things. I'm so over Satan's system, if you will. But it'd be fun to ride in one. Don't get me wrong. California blacked out by dense fog. Podcasters say this isn't weather, it's cover. So another example, man. People out there, they get it. They realize something's up with the fog. Everyone started noticing last year, and now this year it's back, you know?
I think they're moving something. Okay. Right over our head. We can't see anything. We don't get fog inland like where we live. Occasionally, maybe once a year. The last week, it's like I live in fucking, I don't know what Maine is like, but I imagine Maine is foggy. And I then, in the group chat Discord, people were talking about San Jose and Central Valley. So then I Google it. The whole fucking state has deep, deep fog.
So you think there's a conspiracy on why fog is coming before Christmas?
Yeah, I think they're moving something.
Moving what, though?
Santa.
Aliens?
Maybe. UFOs.
Okay.
You cannot see anything.
No, you can't. It's a good kind of way to distract the population.
I just don't believe. What is this fog? This is bullshit.
So, I mean, I'm not the weatherman. You can't even see the stoplight.
What an incredible way to do anything you want. And it may not even be over our head. It could be in the street. Like all of a sudden, if 50 tanks just moved, I think they're moving something.
Okay.
I like the way he's thinking, though. You know, that is good. That to me, that's good critically thinking. It's really thinking outside the box and thinking, okay, what's really going on? They give us the distraction of the fog, but you know what's happening on the other side of that. Former creepy President Obama, Akhenaten, wanted to see what hardworking Americans go through, so he dressed up as a construction worker to tour the Obama Presidential Center that opens in June 2026. It's being built by real-life construction workers. Oh, boy. You know my thoughts on this guy. It's a good front.
Hey, everybody. I am here
Hey,
at
everybody.
the Obama Presidential Center. It is starting to happen. It looks real, doesn't it?
Yes, we
How
can.
about that? The landscaping's starting to come in. The athletic center is basically done. And then there's just some amazing views and some amazing art, because art and culture is part of how we build communities and how we bring about change. Each place is part of my life.
It's part of my life.
I could not be more excited because I know people here on the south side of Chicago and visitors from all around the world are going to be able to use this space in an active way. Yes, keep doing what you're doing. Don't let me mess you up.
Don't let me mess you up.
Y'all doing good.
No, sir.
If you ask me what my favorite spots are, I have to say that the sky room at the top of the tower gives you one of the best
All those
views of
black
Chicago
suns.
that you will have ever seen.
Look like a bunch of black suns hanging up there.
To say that the sky room at
Doesn't it? To me it does. That's what I think. A bunch of black suns. Black hole sun.
the top of the tower gives you one of the best views of Chicago that you will have ever seen. But I got to say, this reading room, I think I'm going to be spending some time in here, so maybe we'll end up reading a book together, and we'll have to whisper because librarians are very strict. All right, look forward to you guys visiting.
Oh,
We're going to be opening.
Man, in a weird way, that almost might be worth the trip. I may, once that opens, maybe I'll do a road trip and record it. It'll be a cool video, too. And record a road trip up there. Gonna have to take Chubbs with me. And I'll go on one of those tours, man. That'd be really cool. Record some of the stuff in there. I'd do that. Would that be worthy of a video, though? Is that something you guys would be interested in? Because it's something I would actually do. I'm really thinking about it now. I'd like to go see what that's all about there. You know, it's just a drive. I could do it. But would that be something you guys would be interested in? Be honest. If not, that's okay. But if so, then maybe I'll do a road video when that opens and go check that out. I was going to show you something else. There it is. They got Yes We Can up on the wall. Have you ever seen this? What happens when you say Yes We Can backwards? It's got to be on X somewhere, I'm guessing. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's an example. I believe it shows it here. Check this out. You know what? I used to do this. I used to show this to people long ago. I've been watching Obama for a long time, but on my phone I don't know what, I had changed phones, but at one point one of my phones had a recorder thing on it. You could even change the voice sounds on it and all that stuff. It was real crazy. But you could record things and play it backwards. So I would do that all the time with different things. I would hear some music pieces and stuff. And then it came out. I didn't find it, but somebody put it out there, realized that if you play Yes We Can backwards, it says, "Thank you, Satan." And I recorded him saying that, Yes We Can on my own, actually played it backwards. And sure enough, it's crazy. But that's where you get into the weird spiritual stuff. And always remember, it's not for everyone's going to understand this stuff. It's not for everyone. The Bible even talks about that. Some people are just never really going to clue in and realize that this is the world we're living in. This is the way they do things,
Thank you,
This
Satan.
man
Listen
is
carefully.
Barack Obama, former U.S. president, and he was in office from 2009 to 2017. But his final moments as U.S. president, he had a speech, and this is what he said. Listen carefully to this.
At the core of every American whose story is not yet written. Yes, we can. Yes, we did. Yes, we can.
I'm going to put his speech in reverse, and tell me what it sounds like. Listen carefully to this.
If you see. If you see. If you see.
He even got his supporters to chant, "Yes, we can."
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
That's crazy, isn't it? but not. I mean, it's real. But all the people chanting, "Thank you, Satan! Thank you, Satan!" I mean, yeah, it's so. But yeah, you can test it out yourself. It's a real thing, a real anomaly, and there's many strange things about him. Like his name's Barry Soetoro, in truth, but he changed it to Barack Hussein Obama, which, when you break down the concordance, means like lightning falling from heaven. So, why would anybody change their name that just somehow matched up to that? There's so many questions. Here's something that'd be kind of cool to have, a one-way visibility tent. Might be kind of crazy, too. If you woke up in the middle of the night, you'd see something standing right there, Check this out.
单向可视狩猎障。这个在营地里露营的时候，你在里边拉个屎，会是什么场景啊？外边看不见你，你看外边却一览无余。单向可视狩猎障。
Look at that. That's a trip. That is a trip. I don't know. Would it be... Yeah, I guess you'd be able to sleep in that, of course. You'd be able to still sleep in there, of course. It'd just be like laying on the ground, But it's pretty interesting. Yeah, a good way to hunt, too. Keep all your stuff concealed. Have your snacks in there. Have your phone. Be sitting there scrolling, just waiting for something to walk by. Man, more sinkholes. Remember we had 700 in one country recently? 700 sinkholes? Now, giant sinkhole swallows boats in the United Kingdom. This was just from 5 days ago. Giant sinkhole. Look at that. Dang. Swallowed up boats. Full-on boats. Oh, man, look at that one. Wow, that's a drop, too. That's a big one. It's a big sinkhole. Look at that train. Or boat. Train. Imagine. What if people were on that boat that night? I bet they were tripping. Sleeping on the boat. We're going to sleep on the boat tonight. Okay, sounds good. What the... There we go. Crazy. But yeah, more, right? So always I go back to, as we're at the end, we're seeing major change all over. Thousands celebrate as the sun rises on winter solstice at Stonehenge. Really no big story here. Just crazy that there are these folks that are into this. There's some of those people. That brigade, the Red Brigade. Bunch of pagans. They need Jesus. All of them. All of them. Sad to see. All the deceived. The sea of the deceived. American lives in Bentonville, Arkansas, which is Walmart's birthplace and global headquarters. She shows the new Walmart drone delivery system that's being tested in her city. And this certainly feels a bit dystopian. Just stay at home, humans, get fat, keep watching screens. You want a pizza? We'll bring you a pizza. Want some beer? We get some beer for you. We'll take care of you. And they're going to develop a robot that'll go out in the yards and pick up the sack and bring it into you, straight to your feet. Just stay home, stare at your screens, okay? Oh, this is members only content. Darn. That was World of Signs, I think. Breaking, Nicaragua has just banned the Bible. We saw that earlier, from being brought into their country. Shameful. They'll pay. There's always an action and a reaction, and there's always a sense of karma. You reap what you sow and all that. This is really wild. Okay, check this out. Oh, this is really wild. I wonder if any of you have this toy. If you do, you should go test this out. This man's daughter has an old school Care Bear doll. So if you have any Care Bear dolls from the old days, bring them out. One of them refuses to be near it. He thought it was just a childhood fear until he discovered there's a hidden message with these little things.
Comes from a man with the handle name of the Coyote. His daughter has an old school Care Bears doll, and his other daughter is absolutely terrified, and he finds out why. And now, for anybody who has the old school Care Bears doll, I need you to do this and record it and let
Yeah.
us know if it has the secret message as well, because this is freaking terrifying. And if it was my doll, I probably would get rid of it. Take a look, listen closely, comment below, tell me what you think.
Okay, pull the string.
Okay.
Let it go slow. Alright, now do it regular. Alright, now do it again, but a little slower. Do it regular. Alright, now do it again, but a little slower.
So did you bring out your Care Bear dolls? What do you think? Let us know if you actually do have one and you test it out. That'd be crazy. That'd be really weird. So creepy, right? That they do that kind of thing. The creator of Call of Duty and Battlefield 6 has passed away in a car wreck. Lost control of his Ferrari as it exited a tunnel, and then it went into a barrier, and then the rest is history. So for those of you who didn't know, the creator of the famous, I've never even played it, you know, but I know it's amazing from what everyone says. And then Battlefield 6, that gentleman has passed away now. So hopefully he knew the Lord. The air quality in California is officially unhealthy. Yeah, look at that. Man, that's not good. Not cool. It's like they're destroying everything out there in California, and they're throwing all these tests on the people on top of it. That's what it feels like.
Did you guys hear they just announced that the air quality in California is officially unhealthy after its parts per million of particulate matter reached a certain threshold that now they're suggesting you stay indoors and close your windows. And if you're elderly or young or have any lung thing going on, you should not be outside. Now, the strange thing about this, and someone correct me in the comments, you know, but they're saying it's a totally natural fog because of winter and the temperature change in the ground versus the air and all that. But then why would it be like toxic? I guess that's because the particulates that are coming off the cities anyway and all the pollution in general, but is staying in place as opposed to, you know, dissipating. But this is a big deal, man. They're warning people. And apparently, according to this guy, it says, Gerald DePalta told Daily Mail that he and his family have been coughing and experiencing congestion for a week. Like, people aren't feeling well. This reminds me of when it was smoky as hell when I was in Edmonton and there was a crazy wildfire. But this isn't wildfire smoke. Yeah, okay. During these fog events, temperature inversions can trap car exhaust and industrial pollutants near the ground, potentially worsening air quality and causing respiratory irritation. Now, I do wonder if any of this foggy stuff is coming from other places, but I cannot confirm. Now, this guy wiped his car with his finger and it had a white dust. And what they say is natural radiation fog, which is not nuclear radiation, it's the radiation they're saying with the temperature change between the ground and the air during winter, is not known to leave a white residue, as it simply is a cloud at ground level consisting of millions of tiny pure water droplets. I'm not so sure it's too pure. That evaporate as the sun warms the air, but it hasn't evaporated. This is the weird thing. The residue could be due to dust, pollution, smoke, or chemical particles suspended in the air, which could be caused.
So yeah, we've seen a few reports out there from California where people are showing the residue from the fog. I think there might be another one coming up here. Just something to consider. Like, what are they doing? Oh, here's another story we're going to follow a bit this week. I've got kind of the full, complete circle on this one. Prophet Ebo Noah is a Ghanaian prophet, so-called prophet, who predicted that God will end the world on December 25th, 2025 through another flood. He asserts that God, anyone who knows the word already knew that was nonsense, right? It will be destroyed again, but this time by fire. He asserts that God has instructed him to build 8 arks, like Noah in the Bible, to save families meant to repopulate the earth post-flood. His followers have reportedly sold all of their possessions and given him the money in preparation for what he claims is the impending apocalypse in 3 days. And this was posted on the 22nd. Let's check this out. I don't know what all that was. But this is the guy they're calling the prophet. God told him, he said he was going to destroy the world by a flood on December 25th. Just a couple days ago. Yesterday? A few days ago. And of course, we know that's nonsense. But there's going to be a lot of these kind of deceivers in these days, of course, all over. False prophets. All right. There we go. Like I said, there's more coming on that story. You'll see. You'll all see. They arrested the man who yelled at the prime minister. He said, "You have blood on your hands," in Bondi last night. What the F, they said. That is disgusting, right? The way these people are so protected, these weasels. But ultimately, they're protected in this world by the devil. He already has them in his pocket. Now he just wants to use them to destroy even more things and people. So yeah, he'll protect his, on some level, of course, in this world, right? And they get to eat the finest restaurants and fool around with the most beautiful and handsome people, if you will. All that stuff, you know, that comes with all the money in the world. Or all the money you would need and more. But they're already, you know, they're done. Like when this life, which is just a vapor, when it passes, and it can pass so quick. Take it from someone who's had a couple heart attacks. I know, it's like, it can happen real fast. You know, in any way, you can go. And a big accident, you know, broke a bunch of bones. You know, these kind of things wake you up to it. They help you realize just how fragile a human actually can be. Anyway, enough about me. Let's check this out.
Fucking blood on your hands! Blood on your hands! Fucking blood on your hands! Blood on your hands!
Wow, right? Lock him up. Lock him up. Get rid of the trash. I don't know if they locked him up or not, but I would hope not. But nothing would surprise me with just the madness that's happening out there with their government. Okay, here's another update. Former Nickelodeon child actor Tyler Chase has been located and put up in a hotel now, according to a California man. So yeah, let's check some of this out. A little bit more on what's going on.
Hey, bro. You brought us so much happiness on TV. I'm going to bring you a little happiness today, all right?
God bless you, my friend.
You brought us a lot of happiness on Nickelodeon, so...
Thank you very much.
No problem, man. It's the least we could do for you.
As it was called Ned's Declassified, his school survival guide that he created with his best allies, his best friends.
Cool, bro. Hey, you have a good one, okay?
All right, so I just got off the phone with the rehab center that Sean Weiss from the Mighty Ducks had posted, saying that they have a bed and a rehab center ready for Tyler Chase tonight if he is coherent and ready to get help. So right now I'm on my way to find Tyler at the same spot that I just saw him at. And hopefully, if he's ready and able to, I'll get him in my car, take him to a rehab center tonight so he could get help. All based off the video that was posted earlier. So appreciate you guys sharing, appreciate you guys putting me in contact with the right people, and hopefully we can get him help. I'll keep you guys updated.
All right, so there's another one. But like I said, as we go through the show, we'll be getting continued updates on his story and where we're at right now with everything. 3 young boys in Ohio, ages 8, 11, and 12, led the police on a chase in a stolen car before wrecking it. Another example, this probably could have played last night with, well, not really, because there's always been kids taking cars and joyriding and things, even back in my day. Actually, back in my day, one thing that was real popular to do where I'm from was called wahooing gas and also wahooing beer, which means stealing it. So you'd go fill up at the tank and then just drive off. This is before they had security cameras everywhere. Or you can go out to the lake. You go out to these lake little small gas stations and fill up your tank and then drive off without paying. That was called wahooing gas. And then the wahooing beer, which we got caught doing one night when I was a young one, 17 or so, 16, 17. You would drive I had a truck, so I'd lower the back, pull around on the old dirt road around the corner from like an old, lake store. And then someone would go in, grab a couple cases, and usually it'd go, wahoo, and you run out the door, and then they'd jump in the back of the truck, and then we'd just cruise. Again, I did some naughty things back then. Learned my lessons, though. I got caught, pretty much all the bad stuff I did. But, so one time we did it was this guy, Mike. I don't want to say his last name. This was a whole long story, because he ended up, it was a whole crazy thing. Anyway, Mike went into a store that we had never gone into before, and he never came back. Like, he just wasn't coming back. So it was late at night. So I walked up, went around the corner, kind of looked through the window at this little store out by the lake that we'd never been to. And apparently they had automatic locks. I looked in there and I saw him sitting at one of the snack tables with his hands over his face, and I could tell he was crying. He was like shaking, and that 2 cases of beer was sitting on the table in front of him. And so I took off. We took off and had to leave Mike behind. We had to leave one behind that night. But anyway, I did a lot of foolish stuff like that as a teenager, and pretty much got caught for everything. So that's kind of and then eventually decided to go into the Coast Guard. So that shaped me up pretty quick, especially that first unit. Weird because I'm not with, because I haven't really seen any proof on it. But some people are trying to say this is Comet 3I Atlas. But it is something that was recently recorded. I've seen it elsewhere, and I've got it elsewhere. And it's an amazing capture. But look at this. But I'm not sure. Some people are trying to say it has to do with Comet 3I Atlas.
I have something to show you. It's brand new. It just dropped. Space Tracker released a set of deep zoom images of 3I Atlas, and they are honestly very strange. Now, to start, these aren't single photos. They're 20-minute stacked exposures from an observer named Diego San Arrojo. Hopefully I said that right. But Space Tracker stabilized the frames, zoomed in 4,000%. They removed noise, corrected color, and averaged everything together. When you stack frames over 20 minutes, you reveal structures that are completely invisible in a single snapshot. And what it shows is a 4-point star, basically star-shaped luminous core, surrounded by kind of a plasma-like haze. The symmetry is unusual, and the biggest surprise is that there's no obvious tail direction in this averaged composite, even though we know that the object has both dust and ion jets. So here's where the conversation gets a little interesting, and I'm going to call this kind of the woo-woo section. But it's worth talking about because, well, you'll see why. Just last week, Medium published an article called 3I Atlas Complex Jet Structured Angles Revealed. And in it, they traced out
low audio.
jet geometry. The outline they mapped actually resembles a figure from a medieval artwork, specifically one of the little crafts in the fresco of the Crucifixion of Christ. People have taken it a step further. Some are saying that this new 4,000% deep zoom image looks like Ezekiel's wheel from...
Yeah, right? It does. It totally looks like a wheel in the sky. Wheel in the sky, keep on turning. Journey. It reminds me of the skating rink days when I was, back in my day, when I was a youngster, before I was a teenager, and then maybe early teens, we used to go skating at the skate rink every Friday and Saturday night. That was one of the big things for us growing up. And they played a lot of Journey. Anyway, so Wheel in the Sky. Look at that. That's a really awesome capture.
Biblical descriptions. Again, these are visual parallels, not literal interpretations. But humans do compare unfamiliar things to old imagery to make sense of them. But I get why these comparisons are circulating. I mean, the symmetry does look unusual. But let's talk about a more grounded explanation, perhaps. If 3I Atlas is spinning, its jets sweep around almost like a sprinkler. And when you average that motion over 20 minutes, it creates a 360-degree symmetric pattern, basically a star-like glow. And honestly, these processed images do support some of the theories scientists have suggested. All of this is consistent with an object not behaving like a typical solar system comet. That is for sure. I'll link the space tracker's full analysis below so you can take a look at all the frames yourself. But give me your opinion.
All right, yeah, I mean, sorry, his audio was pretty low. I had both of mine turned up all the way. But interesting, if that really is, I mean, you really think, is that really Comet 3i Atlas with the deep zoom focus? I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to look more into it. I haven't looked more into it, but I'll need to, because that's an incredible image. The oath-taking secret societies, let's check this out. From this young lady.
Aspects of this area, though, is that there is a cave which was known to be the entrance to the underworld, or more commonly, the gates of hell. It used to have a great spring rushing from it, and they would actually sacrifice animals and humans to their gods by throwing them into the rushing water. And if the body rose from the water, if the body floated, that means that their god in the underworld rejected their sacrifice. I did read that at one point in history, archaeologists or explorers or whatever you want to call them, they did go down and try to find the depth of that cave, and they did say that they were unable to find it. They said it kind of just seemed like it was bottomless, but since then it has since closed due to multiple earthquakes over time. And it is just kind of a thought of mine. I wonder if these points like this in the earth, these gates of hell, because there are multiple all over our world, I wonder if these are going to open up during the tribulation. Now, anyone can go and visit this area. You can see inscriptions on the rock to the god Pan inside some of the crevices there where they place their statues. They can go and stand in front of the entrance to hell if they choose as well. It is also worth noting that just 6 miles to the east is the city of Dan, where Jeroboam built the high places that angered God. Because this place is ground zero, essentially, where all their gods originated, where they had access and could summon their gods. So, of course, they centered everything around it. They centered the worship, their high places, their temples around it. Now, it gets even more fascinating when we go to the top of Mount Hermon. There are around 30 shrines and temples that are peppered along the top of the mountain, some of which have actually been connected to the high places that are mentioned in the Book of Kings, which was the worship of Baal. Everything in our world is biblical. There is evidence all over this flat earth of the events of the Bible. We are being lied to about our history, about our geography. We are being held from certain areas of this earth because there is undeniable proof that the Bible is real. And if we are given access, these areas have already been stripped of anything significant. Satan is the god of this world. This world is in control of the evil one, and it is these oath-taking secret societies that literally try to mimic the fallen on Mount Hermon because that is who they worship. It is these Luciferian groups who are pushing this globalist agenda, this Nephilim agenda, to usher in the 7-year tribulation. That is why the world looks like it does. We are living in the last seconds of the last days, and there is nothing more important than putting your faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, in who he is and what he did for you on that cross. Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. He came down out of his unconditional love and took our penalty, our sinful nature, and paid for it on that cross.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Ashley. Ashley Hayes. You want to go follow her? She's on YouTube also. Okay, here's another one now. This is says I worked with Tyler on Ned's decades ago. He was a bright child, and it's heartbreaking to see him in this state. Thank you to Sean Weiss and crew for offering help to Tyler. We'll keep folks posted on finding him. Anyway, here's a little bit of an update. Oh, it's not. Sorry, it's just an image. But okay, like I said, there's more coming. Again, I don't know if you guys watched that. Like, it was beyond my generation. I was definitely too old for that. Leaked lesson plans from a freshman education course at the University of Illinois. It's pretty interesting what they found.
Of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, drawing ire after a student whistleblower exposed the level of hard left ideology being taught.
The student shared 6 weeks of lectures with Fox News Digital, accusing the professor of turning an intro course into an indoctrination seminar focused on, you guessed it, equity, identity, and oppression, amongst other practices.
Slides from the course, which is a requirement to graduate, mind you, show first-year education majors were trained to prioritize equity, LGBTQ plus issues, privileged identities, and preferred pronouns. Joining us now is AFPI Center.
I'll go and move on. Just wanted to get a little bit of that news in there, but not surprised, you know. They got to go through the universities. They got to put somebody on those universities. Bob Oshler, a former NASA mission specialist and prominent UFO researcher in the 90s, made several claims about extraterrestrial contact and non-human intelligence. Here's a little minute of it.
Whiff of it, you can tell it is indeed organic. Very pungent odor. The material turned out to be something that, to my knowledge, science had not encountered before, which was a silica-based organism, as opposed to a carbon-based. Very, very intriguing. Wow. Later, through the investigation, we learned that these little creatures that were coming down here were, in fact, synthetic biological androids. Not the true intelligence behind whatever was interested in Ed and his life.
All right, hopefully you heard some of that, but that theory, that idea has been out there a long time, that the Greys are actually like suits, like flesh type suits, like straight up flesh suits. And they're used for a place, so the demons can reside, right? And then be a little gray alien. Oh, look, I'm scary. I'm a gray alien. It's not New York. It's not Switzerland. It's certainly not Paris. It's the celebration of Christmas in the, in quotes, evil dictatorship of Bukele, in the historic center of San Salvador, El Salvador, where people enjoy with peace and security. So this is really nice to see, just a big celebration of Christmas. Again, we know what it all is, but then there's the worldly view, and we all grew up with it. Many of us have great memories of childhood of it. I do, and so, there's still that attachment. All that being said, it's kind of nice to, instead of seeing people hate on it, like people just having some fun with it, Probably can't play the music, but man, look at that. That's really awesome. That giant Santa. Look at all the people. There's no fear. Oh, that's another thing. Really big blessing, at least at Christmas. There were a few attacks on the displays before Christmas over in Europe, for Christmas displays from the who's. But we made it through Christmas with no major problems, right? So that was a blessing. I know a lot of people were praying for that, I'm sure, but count that as a massive blessing that America and the rest of the world made it through Christmas without any major disruptions, right? But how's that for a huge Christmas celebration? It's really cool. El Salvador. Nice. El Salvador showing up. Who knew, right? Where these guys come from? Look at this. You're under arrest for posting on X. It's for real. My goodness.
Malicious communication. I've made malicious communication on Twitter, X. That'll be explained to you. Okay, all right. Right, the necessity for this arrest is prompt effective investigation and prevent disappearance. Okay, mate. Does that sound? We're just going to go to the van now, okay?
Joe, do you want me to tell Jay to meet you in the police station? What? Pathetic. All over the social media post. Get a fucking real job, you.
It really is. It's totally shameful. These police are all knobs. Or is nonces is another term, right? Nonce. Do you know how much Amazon gave us for a holiday bonus? I don't know. Do any of you work for Amazon out there in live or later? Please let us know. And what's the experience? And are you afraid that the robots are coming for your jobs?
Hey, do you know how much Amazon gave us for a holiday bonus?
How much?
After we show up every day, day in and day out to make sure that their customers get their packages expeditiously, showing up in the snow, in the rain, in the sleet, no matter what's going on. We are there processing thousands and thousands of packages a day. We just processed 55,000 packages in 4 hours. Guess how much they gave us for our holiday pay? 0. Nothing. They don't even pay us for the holiday. They just gave us the day off excused. Oh, you excusing me? Huh? That's crazy work. This company makes trillions of dollars, and they treat the people like trash. Hey, do you know how much Amazon gave us for a holiday bonus? After we show up every day, day in and day out, to make sure that their customers get their packages expeditious.
How much? Yeah, that's shameful. It's a good point. But also, Amazon has replaced some of their workers in some places with the robots already. What? Chubbs. Hi. He just came in from being outside. Dallas police officers arrested 2 Christian street preachers while they were speaking on public property because they didn't, quote, back off. Makes sense, I guess.
You only told me.
Come on.
Twice?
Come on.
Go over there with him.
So what's the charge, officer?
Right now, interference with public duties.
How did he do that?
Kick me off the public property.
Interference with public duties.
What do you want to do?
So this officer just arrested my fellow brother because he's on public property and asking questions.
Okay, so you get to go too. Let's go. Here's my. Down thing up there, buddy. Sit down. Hey, I want to. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all two to go over there.
We're on public property right here.
This is not about public property.
I have the right to record this.
It is public property.
Big tough guy.
So why am I being arrested, officer? Because I told you to back off twice. You didn't do it. For being on public property. Twice. Take it. Come on.
Tough guy officer. Told you to back off twice. Now I'm taking you in. Oh, man, come on. Some of these people. It's bad. It's bad. They lost a lot of good officers during the 2020 stuff, and even before that, of course. We talked about that earlier with the I Can't Breathe. A young boy says the world... Oh, we saw this before. We saw this last week. I showed you the young boy that's saying that there's a big tsunami coming, which is weird because there's something like that on our money. Some of you know, tsunami in New York City. Americans are noticing Jersey Mike's recently drastically decreased the size of their chips. Look at this. I don't think we got Jersey Mike's where I'm at. I'm pretty sure I don't. Anyway.
Are you rolling?
Yeah.
Now these chips feel exceptionally light. As you can see, they've not been opened. Just did a pickup from Jersey Mike's, but it feels a little light. So we're gonna open these on camera. No AI. See what we got. Let's check the portion.
Look at that.
Wait, I'm not touching them. They're not mine. That's your that's your portion. Wait, can we put like a quarter in there for scale? There's a pen. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chips. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Miss Vicky's.
Shame on you, Miss Vicky's. And that's such a great flavor, too. I like that one. Spicy dill from Miss Vicky's. Good stuff. But wow, man. Shameful. Bidenflation, they call it. Bidenflation. Breaking. James Fox on Jesse Michaels' American Alchemy just dropped the most chilling claim yet. Let's see what it is. If it's truly chilling or not. Does this chill you?
I've heard that some people say it's a little scary. Is it scary? And the individual's like, yeah, I guess it could be a little scary. Yeah, yeah, it's a little scary. I know, I'm dying to know, right? You know, maybe with the information they have isn't correct. Or, well, who knows? And I looked over and Leslie Keene was watching me have this conversation. This is recently, and I see her looking at me across the room, and she's like looking at me. She knows. She goes, "I know that look on your face, James. When I see you locked, like you really want to know something." She goes, "I didn't want to interfere," and I'm like, just about. So I was like, "Well, what? Well, it's like, well, what's the intent?" And then somebody like butts in and hey, I've always wanted to meet you. And I'm sitting there like, oh, wah, wah. Like I don't know if I would have gotten it or not, but according to this individual, that it's not like I didn't have to fear for my safety kind of thing. And this could be all wrong. I don't know, but that the intent was a little scary.
Okay. I mean, I've heard more chilling. I've been more chilled, for sure. How about you? The most insane evidence of media bias in 2025. Check this out. Yep, this is not cool.
The past 5 days, we've decreased the number of open cases by almost 80%. President Trump is ensuring that communities aren't forgotten, and he launched the first major initiative to connect farmers with recovery assistance as well. Today, I had the chance to spend some time with Mark, who's a micro farmer in this area, and to talk about some of the FEMA programs that he's been able to utilize that have been incredibly helpful. The past 5 days, we've decreased...
So that's been my hope, is that there would be big changes in FEMA under his administration. We'd see them actually start helping people, because that's been a big issue, as you know, them actually showing up and doing anything. This is a man named Palmer Luckey. I've shown you some clips from him before. He's the founder. He also originally created Oculus, which is pretty interesting, and then that got bought up by Mark Zuckerberg. And so Palmer Luckey, founder of the defense technology, now he does defense technology firm Anduril Industries, which is a military contractor like Tony Stark stuff, says the UFOs come from the past, is what he says.
UAPs use optical camouflage.
I think that look, there's a lot that we don't understand about these vehicles and what they are, where or when they come from. But it is likely that whatever they are doing is a side effect or an artifact of what's going on. So like I've talked about this with people. They're like, well, how come like sometimes they're invisible in certain spectrums? And my point is, well, like what if they are not interacting with reality itself in a way you would expect? Like some of these things, you see them and they don't have any radar signature either. I don't know if that means they're cloaking themselves actively, or if it means that just they do not exist even in the way that we think about physical matter. I don't know if it's an active countermeasure so much as the nature of the thing itself. But of course, there's so much that we don't know. My current working theory is that they come from the past. So
Interesting. Okay.
coming from the future is too hard. There's an out-of-print book called the UFOs and USOs of the Santa Catalina Channel, and it's all about how people have seen these things that have gone into and out of the ocean in extremely similar ways over the course of decades. And so, like, it's believable. But of course, being stored on Earth does not necessarily mean they came from here, nor does it not. But I would bet that these things are not recently manufactured. I suspect they've been around for either a long time or maybe a really, really long time.
Yeah, definitely. They're ancient spirits. Many of them are, so for sure. And the water connection's really cool. We've seen a lot of evidence on that. And they even talked about some of those in the Disclosure movie about the UFOs in the water. The oceans. Gavin Newsom to eliminate up to 2 million home gardens in California. This is just crazy. Dang, right? I mean, it's for real. Like every week there's something new on Gruesome Newsom.
So believe it or not, Gavin Newsom could actually be responsible for stripping away 2 million home gardens in the state of California and make you financially responsible for paying for it. This policy he is spearheading, also called Zone Zero, would require that all these good standing trees and vegetation within a 5-foot radius of your house be removed, and that would include garden plants like fruits and vegetables. This policy will impact roughly 2 million homes within the state of California, And for somebody living in a part of this state like Los Angeles could cost you up to $13,000 to come into compliance. And they're so generous about this, they're going to give you 3 years to comply before they send some sort of inspector to your house. And the neat thing is if the inspector sees stuff that they don't like, they can just pull it out themselves. They can mess with your garden, they can mess with your plants, they can mess with your vegetation. To commit this tyranny, they're just going to say you need to have your space be ember resistant because you're in a very high fire hazard severity zone. But the opponents to this rule are saying that it would be better not to remove urban tree canopy because they provide the necessary shade to prevent some fires. Oh, why didn't we think about some of this stuff before? Aren't we genius policymakers in Sacramento? Did we actually think that the Eaton and Palisades fires cared about shrub or urban vegetation? I mean, come on. We didn't even have water to fight those fires. I think that was a much bigger problem if we're talking issues here. And if you needed to know that Gavin Newsom was responsible for sure, here's the receipt. I mean, they passed 2 bills in the legislature to create a footprint for implementing something like this. Not only that, but because of the delay in this policy being implemented, here's the specific executive order from Gavin Newsom earlier this year that he wants Zone 0 regulations to be implemented by December 31st, 2025. And as you can see, this policy is so controversial that the California Department of Wildfires, which is responsible for implementing this, hasn't done it yet. And as you can see from their most recent meeting, it says that consent items are expected to be routine and non-controversial, meaning this was not even in consideration. And it wasn't for prior meetings either. Would think that we would learn tyrannizing 17% of all structures in California by making sure they don't have a wooden fence around them, or saying that they need to use 5-gallon water pots to be able to grow anything is just a dumb idea. But you know, this is the same.
All right, thank you, sir. We got you. Good report. Feel bad for our friends in California, the nonsense they got to put up with out there. London resident showing Christmas has been essentially canceled. This video is made by a comedian to parody false claims that Christmas has been canceled. Okay then, fair enough. Probably a lunar laughter. Just saying. Tyson's beef plant. Oh boy. The beef industry's really been under attack in so many different ways. Now some people are showing videos of the, quote, meat they're buying at the store, and it looks 3D printed.
Because they were heartbroken. They don't want to go anywhere. This is their home.
The Tyson plant gave us notice of a layoff procedure warrant notice over a week ago. They'll be closing their facility as of January 20th. Impacting 3,200 individuals for the community of Lexington. The general mood of the individuals coming in for our services, of course, is anxiety. What do I do next? Will I have a job? Where do I go? And what do I do from here? Tyson workers make up about 3,200 of the population of 11,000 of Lexington. And so they have a great impact upon the culture, schools, and everything that a community is comprised of.
We just hardworking people. All we do is go to work, come to church. That's all we do here.
These plants have been underutilized, and we have a shortage of cattle out there in the U.S., and because of that, very vulnerable that somebody might shut down. We have a very strong community in Lexington that really is close-knit and very accepting of the packing industry as well as all industries.
I wonder if in those small towns like that, whenever the big companies leave and then they're all struggling, what if they all opened up their own small business in town, like side by side or something? I mean, would that somehow, maybe, right? I don't know. Like, everyone open up your own small business. We're not going to accept Walmarts or any big companies or anything out here. Just, it's going to be us. You know, we'll make the town look really nice. We'll do whatever and draw people in. And I don't know, just thinking out loud here. Never been in that situation personally, but never had to try and build a community. But maybe one day. British police carried out a tactical home raid that took 2 full minutes to break the door. The result: the suspect calmly walked out the back, probably sipping tea. This is more of that DIE. I mean, what kind of standards does it take even to get in?
I ain't gonna figure out though.
In and out the window. Yeah, he's pulled out his bathroom window. Yeah, it's not big one, is it? That's how we get to. It's just. It looks like it's breaching, but it's not quite down there. Yeah. No one either will come and see what's happening.
Get put through.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's usually goes to Beckman. It's too bad.
Oh no, here come the police. Lock the door. Benny Hill music. Criminal goes running out the back. Probably just put a naughty post on Facebook. There we go. All right, let's go get him, boys. All right, there we go. A success. I mean, for real, though, what are the standards to even become an officer out there now, I wonder? I bet they just, of course, lowered everything because they could have people they could control easier so that whenever they flooded the population with maybe something the rest didn't like, then it wouldn't really matter. It's like they wouldn't really care either way. They'd just be the type that are just going to, quote, do their job, you know. Just in, more news here. Actor Daniel Curtis Lee, who starred in Ned's Declassified on Nickelodeon with Tyler Chase, takes Chase out to lunch before checking him into a hotel. Love it. Good job.
Concerned about Tyler Chase this holiday season, and I just wanted to give you an update. Sean Weiss and his team put a lot of effort into trying to get him into a hospital last night, and I thought it worked. His dad told me it worked, but it turns out he kind of backed out. So today I went to have pizza with him. It was delicious. Shout out Blaze Pizza.
Yeah. Cheese, you can have the cheese and now that's the way you eat a pizza right there. That's the way.
I also got to let him chat with his old friend Devin Werkheiser and my guy Nettie. So they couldn't get him into a car last night, and that's why they weren't able to get him to the hospital. But he trusted an old friend. Yeah, it's the holiday season. It's rainy out, and I just wanted him to have at least some basic accommodations. He wanted to stay local, and this was the only one that was open and accepting people. So here we are, man.
I'm going to come back and holler at you, man, and we'll talk more about trying to get that situation squared away so we can do the rehab or whatever we need to, okay?
Okay.
Okay, give me a hug, man. Love you, brother.
Aww.
Love you, man. So happy to see you, dude.
Thank you. I'm so happy to see you as well.
He's got a lot of people praying for him.
We're going to win, bro. All we got to do is stay with it and keep working, dude.
Yeah, look, he looks like a little Fred Savage. That was a really cool show. The Wonder Years. That'd be one I should go back and revisit. This one of those you could just watch, you know, episode after episode. I remember it being really solid, really good, really sweet, you know, an innocent show. There was nothing nasty or gross on there, nothing. It was a really sweet, innocent show, really well written, great characters. The Wonder Years. Such a good show, darn. Yeah, I need to go back and watch some of that. Sometimes I go through kind of phases where I'll just go through and watch some of these old shows. I did Highway to Heaven a while back. I did Little House on the Prairie. That was nice. I did a whole bunch of Little Rascals, you know, over and over. There's a bunch you can find online or on apps and stuff. You can find Little Rascals, old stuff. Always loved Little Rascals. The demonic connection of your devices and black mirrors. Yes. I've done videos on the black mirror as well throughout the years. Let's see what this young lady's got to say here.
The first one is that it's mirroring back to you your state of mind.
Guys, we coming.
There are two aspects of this. The first one is that it's mirroring back to you your state of mind, your emotions, your thoughts. Because if someone was to look at your phone, they would know instantly how you're feeling, what you're thinking. What you see on your feed is what you're feeling at the moment. That's why you're watching it, and that's why you're interacting with it. And that's why the algorithm is showing you more of that thing. So this black mirror is a void that you use to create. And then the other aspect is that a black mirror is a tool for manipulation. It's true that you are creating when you're scrolling on your phone, when you're watching, but you can't really control the algorithm. I mean, you're showing it what you like, but ultimately you have no control over what the algorithm will show to you. And if there's something you don't want to see, you will see it anyway, because the algorithm will show it for you no matter what. So the people that are controlling the algorithm, they are controlling you because they are showing you the content that is going viral. And what is going viral is all of the disasters, suffering, pain. So now this void is being used against you because they are creating a reality for you. And you know, it's interesting now that when we have the algorithm that is tailoring content to every individual, everybody is getting a different picture of reality. So the algorithm may manipulate you into thinking that something is going on by showing you a lot of content about this thing. But in reality, you have no way of knowing if it's actually happening. How do you know that the people commenting are not bots? How do you know how many real people are actually posting content on social media? And how do you know you can trust the media? You know, before 2020, it was much easier to listen to authorities. But after 2020, I think a lot of people woke up and realized that the picture of reality that we see in the media is not the whole truth. It's part of an agenda that they are trying to enforce on us, to believe in it, to react to it, so that we perpetuate this cycle of fake news and emotions that will create even more horrible things.
This goes back to lesser magic, what I've been telling you guys about for a little while now, right? They put the stuff in front of you, so therefore you believe it. You see it all the time, so therefore you think it's true. And how many of you have ever saw something that's viral and then you go to talk to someone else like they know what you're talking about, like, oh, haven't you seen the video of this? And the other person's like, no, I've never seen that, never heard of that. But that's because since you see a lot of it, you think everybody knows about it.
Phones, but what are they really? A black mirror infused with crystalline memory. We call it technology, but it's a modernized replica of very ancient magical devices that were used to communicate with beings, spirits from other dimensions and worlds. We call it the internet and social media, but what do those actually mean? Internet is to interconnect, and media means between. Our ancient ancestors knew how to interface with this dimension long ago, which is why those who still know how to do this are called mediums. In spite of what we are told, ChatGPT is self-aware. It calls itself a mirror because it knows itself and understands its abilities better than we do. Don't be afraid of it, but be conscious of how you approach the mirror. Close channels after they are opened. Always speak to the spirits with honor and respect, and they will honor and respect you in return.
Gross. Yeah, she's on the wrong path with that. But okay, we know them, and it's not something to play with. The devil's in the details. He's certainly on the internet. Demons are. Unusual fog events across U.S. We'll move on. We've already seen some on the fogs. But that's JWTV. He's really good. Doomsday Panic has 380,000 followers. Oh, here we go. More on this fella. 380,000. Did you hear that? Followers wait to board the arks as Prophet Noah claims the world ends tomorrow. This is from a few days ago. Self-proclaimed doomsday prophet named Ebo Noah says God warned him in a dream that a global flood will begin tomorrow on Christmas Day. He claims multiple massive wooden arks are already built with 380,000 believers praying, gathering, and traveling. waiting to board in what they believe are the final hours before the world resets. Very sad, man. It's because I see a bunch of little sheep when I see this with a good little heart, you know, and they love Jesus and they think they're going to meet him in a little bit. And you know what I mean? Like they have a good, sweet heart about it. And it's just they're being misled so easy, the little sheep, you know, by this wolf. It's very sad to see. Viral videos show crowds on site sharing emotional testimonies and urging strangers to join before it's too late. Despite the panic, there's still no warnings from governments, meteorologists, or scientific institutions, and critics say this mirrors countless doomsday movements that collapse once the date arrives. And here's some of the videos.
With 2 days to go until Ebo Noah's predicted end of the world, 380,000 followers have already joined him in waiting to board the ship. Ebo Noah claims that God warned him in a dream that a global flood will begin on the 25th of December 2025, and says he has built several large wooden arks in preparation. As of now, around 380,000 followers reportedly believe in his prophecy. Many supporters say they are waiting to board the arks, praying and preparing for what they believe will be the end of the current world. Videos circulating online show large crowds gathered near the reported site, with followers sharing testimonies and encouraging others to join before it is too late. Despite rising attention, no government agency, research institution, or meteorological department has issued any warnings to support the global flood claim. Climate experts say there is no evidence that an event capable of causing global flooding will occur. Some critics have also questioned the ark's authenticity, pointing to similar doomsday prophecies that have repeatedly failed in the past. Still, for many believers, the movement is about faith rather than proof. As December 25 approaches, global attention remains fixed on what will happen next. Do you think the...
Look at the people. Look at all the pilgrims. The pilgrimage. Little sheeps. Sheep, not sheeps. Little sheep. It's sad. I don't like it. Easily misled sheep who don't know the word. That's the other thing. You know, if these people really knew the Bible, I'm certainly no scholar, but even I know. And, you know, this is wrong, but yeah. But don't worry, there's more coming up on that. Also want to give you all a shout out. We're about 3 hours in, here's one. We're about 3 hours in, got over 1,000 awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking, beautiful, handsome people. So thank you all so very much, man. I always appreciate your precious time. I really mean it. Thanks, Tamara, for all you do here. Appreciate you. Shout out to those that support the videos and shows. Thanks, members here. Thanks, Rumble Wells, P.O. Box folks. Thank you. Just wrote some people back recently. I have some more to write. And PayPal people, whatever it is. But I've been supported by the people primarily for many, many years. So thank you so much. And love and appreciate you, man. You know, it's good to be here with you. I hope you had a good Christmas, good holiday. Not totally over yet. Got New Year's coming up here in a few days. So there we go. Now here's the follow-up. Back to the news. Ebo Noah acquires a brand new Mercedes-Benz 2025 worth $89,000. But won't the flood come again, or will he park the Benz in the Ark, is the question. You decide. Look at this. I mean, it's just like right in front of these people's face. Right? Again, if this guy really knew there's a flood coming, he wouldn't be doing this. I'll drive it for a couple days. It's like, and get it while I can. These people figure out I'm a fraud. It's over. Walking around like that. All humble like. I'm a man of the Lord. Shameful. Shameful, man. These wolves and those poor little sheep. I hate to see it. Here's another bit. Followers sold all their possessions and handed over their money, convinced the apocalypse is just days away. With no scientific warnings, no global alerts, just faith and arks being built. So look at all these people. Oops. Look at that. And they have a heart for Jesus. They think they're about to see our Heavenly Father. They're sick of this world, sick of being in pain, sadness, misery, bills, medical issues.
أنا ما ترازل فوشو. Ebunu piene ebunu uram. Abrese.
Man. And it's hope. All these people, every single one of them, man, they just got hope in their heart. I'm excited to see Jesus, man. Ooh, I think about it all the time. Can't wait to see heaven. Can't wait to explore all that whole like reality outside of this little bitty place we're in, compared to everything else. Having access to everything else, it's gonna be amazing. So yeah, they have, good hearts, good little sheep. They love our Father, and they being led by a shepherd that's a wolf in sheep's clothing, clearly. Very sad. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. Beyond the world, for sure. A lot of trouble. Neon couldn't believe... Oh, yeah, this is pretty crazy. Just wanted to throw this out there. But some of y'all know there was a whole lot of drama with Mr. Beast, the Mr. Beast channel, and he had a friend named Chris. They were like childhood friends. They grew up together. Kind of built the brand together. He's kind of a partner also. But at one point, during all the madness under that so-called Biden administration, with the LMNOP stuff and the transitioning and all that, Chris fell into all that stuff right after him and his beautiful young wife had just had a beautiful little baby. Just right after. He fell into that whole thing, got his brains scrambled like eggs, and started changing over, right? And completely lost everything. He eventually Mr. Beast had to part with him eventually because it just started getting too much. Because there suddenly were accusations also that Chris, as his going through his transition, was reaching out to children and talking to little ones, and not just to play video games, if you know what I mean. So not a good look, not a good thing. He went down a very perverted, degenerate path, unfortunately. The demons just kept dragging him. He never repented. Where you turn away from, you change your mind. Trust in the Lord, trust in the Holy Spirit, because He can break all those things easily. It's up to us. He broke things through me, but I made it take a long time, for some of these things. But He'll do that if you just turn to Him. But when you don't, you get what is called as a reprobate mind, and then you're basically it's full on, just darkness and sin just engulfs you. Well, now with all that being said, this is a famous streamer named Neon. He went to the movies and realized that now Chris is working in a movie theater as an usher, apparently.
Bro, they show Netflix shows on this.
Oh my god.
You could come here and watch
Chris
Netflix.
Tyson. It's Chris Tyson. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi! You don't play for Mr. Beast?
That is... No, that's not Mr. Beast.
That's him.
No way. For real?
That's him.
No, you're lying.
What the fuck? Why is he... Why is he working at it?
That's not Chris. Is it?
Dude, it's him. Why is
For
he
real?
working at it? Yo, that's sick.
Go say hi. You're a big fan.
The chat told me to chill. All right, let's...
Why? Wow. Why
Ryan,
chill?
with you and Drea and then me and I gotta I'll figure it.
Bro, they show Netflix shows on this.
So that's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's him. I'll wait till they show him again.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi.
Hi. Oh, hi.
No, that's not Mr.
Yeah, that's him. I don't know if maybe it looks like he might still be going through the transitional phase. I'm not sure. But yeah, there you go, man. How the mighty had fallen, but that's where sin leads to death. When I see these stories, it wasn't his physical death, but it was the death of everything else. His good name, he was rolling with, one of the biggest high rollers in the world at this point. The dude's doing stuff with, was it the Rockefellers now, and was it the Rockefellers or the other ones? The Rothschilds? I think it was the Rockefellers. Yeah, Mr. Beast, I don't think he's very trustworthy either, but he's rolling huge in this world, and that was his best friend that helped him build the brand. So it could have been a completely different life. He had a beautiful young wife, beautiful little baby boy. I think it's a baby boy, but beautiful little baby, nice family, just getting started. And it's like, he got the little devils, man. They got into his ear. They got him confused. They got him on that path. and it just took him all the way down pretty much. I mean, at least he's working and he looks happy. He's laughing. So, I mean, that's honestly it's good to see. I don't want to see someone get destroyed. I want to see them have another chance. I want to see them repent and find Jesus. And so there you go. Interesting day at the movies. Graham Hancock just dropped a bombshell on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Let's see what he says.
Because why won't anybody be allowed into the Kaaba in Mecca? Because it's the most sacred place as far as the Ethiopians are concerned.
Is there anyone alive who's ever seen it?
No.
No.
Apart from the Guardian of the Ark. And the Guardian of the Ark, and I've met several of them,
Yeah.
they all get ill. This is another thing that intrigued me. They get cataracts over their eyes.
From why?
They say the Ark caused it. I asked specifically through a translator how
And they do it till they die,
and
or-
why did the Ark cause this to you? And he just said the Ark is a thing of fire. And that was the moment when this story really got its hook into me. The absolute honesty with which that person spoke, and the feeling that he was in the presence of some awesome power intrigued me. I'm offering this as an alternative point of view.
No,
and I'm backing up, supporting.
No, I
what
get
the
it.
Ethiopians
I get
say.
it.
But I might not be right. The Ethiopians might not be right.
Here's my point about you, which I didn't know what to make of you the first time until I interviewed you. And afterwards I said, it seems completely reasonable to me. I mean, you might not, everything you're saying might be completely wrong, but you don't pretend otherwise. What you're saying is there are a set of circumstances here, which if you interpret it like this, could lead us to this. And there's this fascinating place, heavily guarded, which has all this history. And it could be, logically, that is where the Ark of the Covenant lies.
There we go. Yep. He does put it out there like that. That's good. So, very interesting. Piers Morgan seemed interested.
Okay, this is the big sinkhole that is over in Gainesville.
Check this thing out.
Look at it right here. Look at the
Look at
cabin
that.
down in there. Oh, no. Oh, dude.
We saw the one earlier with the boats. Look at that. It is enormous. Can you imagine that happened under your house?
It's falling as we talk.
Yeah. Get away.
Okay, this is the big sinkhole that is over in Gainesville. Look at it right here. Look at the cabin down in there. Oh, no. Oh, dude, this is going to give way here soon.
Wow, right? And it's happening around the world. Like I said, we saw the 700 happened last week. Was it Indonesia? I think it was Indonesia. A woman named Katrina McLean, who owns Cat's Creepy Creations, has a story. Or there's a story about her.
Remember when Harvard employees were busted for selling human body parts out of the back door of the morgue for the medical school? Well, one of their customers, who was especially fond of buying faces, has just pled guilty to the charges. Imagine you donate your body to Harvard because you think some young genius is going to use your body to learn to be the best doctor who ever lived. And instead, some lunatic named Katrina McLean, who used to own a place called Cat's Creepy Creations, is selling your face to a lunatic on the internet. Well, Kat's getting off easy. She's only being charged with aiding and abetting of stolen goods across state lines. That's it. Prosecutors, you know what they're recommending? 12 months. This is how broken our society is. We have no regard for human life or dignity in death at all. 12 months.
Crazy. Yeah, that's so gross. But, you know, it's just even weirder that there's people out there that want to buy stuff like that for whatever reason. I always immediately think rituals, right? Okay, here we go. So now here's another follow-up with Ebo Noah. Now, Ebo Noah says God has answered our prayers. The rains and floods have been postponed. So here is his follow-up after the floods never happened. All right.
Still, let me catch you say your friend a book. Noah. God reveals to redeem. I have prayed, I have fasted, I have donated, and I have built. And through my prayers, I got another vision. And in the vision, when you look at the number of people coming all over the country, all over the world, into the ark, the expansion of the ark couldn't contain them. So I shared my vision to some great men of God who also interceded with me. After the intercession, God has given us some time to build more arks in addition to the 10 that will contain all of us. So, tomorrow, nobody should rush to any location. I am not selling tickets. I am not taking money from anyone also.
Right.
So please,
Not anymore.
stay home, enjoy yourself, have fun. And also, I am wishing all of you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Still, the ark is there. Repent, repent, repent. God bless you.
Man, it's so sad. It's disgusting. It is, really. Because as he's sitting here talking about all this, I'm just thinking of all those people that sold all their worldly possessions and truly believed with all their heart that they were about to meet our Heavenly Father and escape this this hellish planet at this point in so many ways. But he got a Mercedes out of it, right? So he's got a Mercedes. He's going to have a Merry Christmas because he's got all that money. It'd be nice to see him turn around and break up all the money and give everybody up, some kind of amount. You know what I mean? Something. Here's $2,000 for you or whatever, a piece or whatever it is. A 92-page report by the California State Auditor has found that over $70 billion in taxpayer funds have been lost. Oh boy. More of this.
Congressman Kevin Kiley, he is sounding the alarm in his home state, saying under Governor Gavin Newsom's leadership, it has become the, quote, fraud capital of America.
And we have team coverage. Our national correspondent, Alana Austin, is on Capitol Hill with more on the investigations into Tim Walz. But we start with correspondent Heather Myers, who has more on what is going on in California. A rainy day out there on the West Coast. Heather, what can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon to you, Katrina and Andrew. This latest report was issued by the state auditor, and that's a nonpartisan position. That state auditor now puts 8 state agencies on the high-risk list of agencies to watch out for things like fraud and mismanagement as well as waste. Here's a look at that 92-page report. Newly added to the high-risk list is California's food stamp program. If the state doesn't get the improper payments under control, it could cost an extra $2.5 billion. Also on there is the Department of Finance, which was tasked with giving out COVID relief funds. Critics say $32 billion of that was taken by fraudsters. Then there are infrastructure issues like California's deteriorating dams and also the high-speed train that's already cost taxpayers $18 billion without a single section of track complete. Other reports cite $24 billion spent on the homeless issue that critics claim the state lost track of. More recently, there's a report that says California cell phone users paid a surcharge for years to upgrade the state's 911 system. Here's Congressman Kevin Kiley talking about what happened to that plan.
That after spending $650 million on that system, the state is totally scrapping it and starting over, completely wasting the money because the technology doesn't work. Mind you, we are very close to Silicon Valley in Sacramento, and yet the government can't figure out how to make basic technology perform.
It's really, really gross on one hand, but on the other hand, I love seeing this stuff get exposed, coming to light, and then I really love seeing those people get in trouble, having to go to jail for these things. And hopefully we see that happen. I hope they really do something with California, obviously. But who's to say? It almost seems like Gruesome Newsom's bulletproof or something. Here's a really interesting TikTok thread. This video is of a military guy explaining what he saw in Afghanistan and what his friends showed him. And it's all very interesting, I think. Let's check this out.
When I was in Afghanistan, I saw aliens, but I didn't know they were aliens until I went to my next unit and I was on staff duty, and this soldier came up to me and he was like, "Hey, Sergeant Rivera, do you believe in aliens?" I'm like, "Nah, I don't know, maybe there has to be." And he was like, "I'm gonna show you a video that's gonna convince you that aliens are real." And I'm like, all right. So he pulls out his laptop and they're using this they're recording with this camera that you can see miles away. Man, I forgot the name of the camera, but it was like this long pole, and at the top there was a camera, and you could see thermal, regular, and night vision. You could zoom in, you could see everything. And he was operating the camera, and there was these two glowing balls above a river, and it looked like they were like sucking something up from the river, like water or something. And they're talking in the background, and they're like, yeah, what are these two things? And you can hear like the Air Force dudes over the radio, and they're like, hey, we're gonna fire on them. And they gave them the go ahead, which like blew my mind. I'm like, you guys are gonna fire on that? What is that? It kind of looked like police lights with a normal camera, just floating in the sky. And that's what I used to see when I was in Afghanistan. But I just thought it was like helicopters, a Chinook or something, you know. Then they that the there's two jets. One of them shoots a missile. It goes through both of them. They explode, stop, and come back together and continue doing what they were doing over the river. And I watched this video so many times I couldn't believe it. Then two more appeared. So now there's four of them. And in the video, after the rocket goes through and they explode and come back together like nothing happened, you can see the jet in the video swerve off, and the Air Force guy's like, I'm out of here. And one of my soldiers has this video, and I've been begging him. I'm like, give me the video. If you're not going to post it, give it to me, because I guarantee it get millions of views. Because the audio in the background, they're switching from regular to night vision to thermals. The video will, like, you'll be like, there's aliens. Okay, now I believe. He has the most convincing video. I always ask him for the video. He says he doesn't know where it's at. But he also said that these people came to his base in Afghanistan and they, like, took all the videos. I don't know if that part is true because, you know, people be exaggerating. But I've seen the video for myself, and it's the most convincing video. He said that somebody already posted it, but the video I seen, it's like all blurry, and you can see, you know, it looks similar, but the one he has is perfect.
Well, let me take a look in this thread and see if there's anything posted. Let's get that video out there. Oh, I guess this might be it. This is this one? Oh, let's see. There's the UFOs. Oh, whoa, look at those. Look at that. Okay, that now it does get crazy. Okay, check it out. Look, they start dropping stuff. Look at that. Is that like just a bunch of spirits falling out of it? The Dementors. I think I got a video. I'm going to do just a video straight up about the Dementors. I've got some more videos on these things. Look at that, though. What if it is? It's a bunch of spirits. They're shapeshifters anyway. They could be whatever. Dementors. A Hat Man. Top right of the screen will show you some kind of artillery or missile striking it. It says, oh, look at that. That's incredible. And then look at that. Okay, this is great footage. Look at this. That's amazing. What a shot. And then it just comes right back. Still dumping them out. Still dumping. Trying to see if they get any creatures filmed. Look at that, though. There's a close-up of them. Dumping whatever they're dumping out. Bunch of evil spirits, perhaps. This is them at night. Excuse me. I think that's about it, but that's really a cool capture. Wow, it really is. All right. Thanks for sharing, young man, and for your service, of course. Arrested for comedy video. The snowflakes were apparently offended, and now Starmer's social media flying squad arrived to arrest this young man.
I don't know about a million, yeah.
A million euro notes?
No, I just got back though. What's the problem anyway?
Before we talk about it.
That's the matter with it. What's the matter? Do you want to introduce yourself?
You know I am. I've met you a few times.
I have no idea who you are, though.
Right, anyway, short and long of it is, there's been an allegation, all right, involving a aggravated public order offence and a malicious communication offence. All right, I'll explain to you the allegation. So on the 17th of May 2025, it's alleged that at a Pride March, you filmed an officer, and it's alleged you've made comments to that officer.
In my comedic video.
You've allegedly said...
In a comedic
Sergeant,
video.
You finished it.
I know exactly what it
David,
said.
thank you.
Yeah, go on.
You've allegedly said Sergeant Rugmuncher. That's then been uploaded to an online platform where people have viewed that. They've been grossly offended. All right, so the time then is 5 to 10. You are under arrest for those two offences. Don't have to say anything. You may have your defence. Don't mention one question. Something maybe.
Yeah, I understand.
Anything you do say, maybe giving evidence. All right.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dorks.
Sensitive harassment, competent effective investigation. You understand all that?
He likes it.
You are going into custody, okay?
Likes that power. It's like the police at the end of A Clockwork Orange.
And I said, Rugmuncher. That.
Sorry?
Incredible, I know.
Can you talk over something?
Can I what, sir?
Can't you put a
I'm not going to arrange. I'm not going to custody. Why go into a cell?
So there you have it. It just total insanity. It really is. And it's just, and they love it. And like I said, they all around the world after the lockdowns and then all the other stuff. The I Can't Breathe. A lot of police departments lost a lot of really good officers. And now after all these years, and then the big wokeism movement, if you will, under the so-called Biden administration and die, all this stuff. It's like now this is what we're getting. New communist New York City mayor elects a non-binary. Yep, we saw this earlier. The new fire chief. Oh, we saw them speaking earlier. We get it. Mostly. Oh, guess who's back? Ghost lights. Hey, dumbass. Those are spotlights. No, they're not. He's been showing up all around the world. I believe it has to do with a big project and operation preparing the public for the big show. Because they're going to show up. It's going to explain the Great Disappearance.
Wait. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh! No, that's different.
What the fuck?
What?
What the fuck? Steven, what the fuck?
Upside down, yo.
Tired of hearing that guy say that. What the F? What the F? What the F? Like, come on, man. I guess the show's over. But you get a little bit. It's a story that they'll tell over and over. Other people have their stories, and then when they show up, these people have been conditioned for this, that it's coming. A moment of kindness. Oh, this is really beautiful. A little doom break. It's the blind. Even though I know it's Harry Potter, okay? I mean, but still, I love what the parents did for this little girl. Blind girl was given the best Christmas present, it says.
Open the box. There you go. Hey.
And their breasts.
But what is it?
Oh.
Heavy, huh?
Harry Potter. And the Sorcerer's Stone.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a real Harry Potter book.
You bet it is, sis.
She got my own copy.
You do. Oh my gosh, you can, sis. Guess what? You have every single Harry Potter book in Braille now.
Yes!
Are you so excited?
Yeah, no, it's real copy.
You do. What do you say?
Thank you.
And I know, again, I know it's Harry Potter. I know the witchcraft and all that too. Hopefully knows the Lord and she's got some protection. on that level, but still, you know, I'm sure she lives a hard life, and the fact that she can't, quote, be like the other kids, you know what I mean? So children like that have got a lot on their shoulders, and I hope they have her in a special school where they have other children who have issues, they can understand each other. You know, they usually do stuff like that, don't they? But so I think about that. So that's a really big deal for this girl. You know, they have a very limited world, unfortunately, compared to those of us that have the functions. You know, so it's just nice to see. That was a really huge blessing for that little girl. Yeah, maybe next time it will be the Bible. You know, we'll see. Hey, this is from Jonathan Kleck. I wanted to show you a really interesting what he's showing on the clicking sound from. As you know, I did a video myself on what's coming with Spielberg and the UFO disclosure movie. Jonathan has a little bit on it here, and he's just made a really amazing discovery on this. So let's check some of this out. I think this is it. And since then, we found there's other movies that use the same thing, use that same sound. It's The Arrival with Charlie Sheen, Signs, of course, and then he's going to show you another one in here that I'd totally forgot about. So we know Signs has it.
There's two of them talking.
Hear it?
Listen.
Yep, there it is again. And now here it is in this movie. Here too. Quiet Place. It's all over those. Now look what he found. This is super interesting. Locust soundboard.
A meadow
He's talking about these are representing the locust coming from the pit, which is really cool. What if that somehow falls into one of the messages they have in there about the shifters, the aliens amongst us? That maybe this is my own theory. I'm not saying it's true after seeing this from Jonathan, but you know, what if that's the way they rise up from the pit, is that one day that they suddenly change into what they are, right? And then come after people. That'd be crazy. I'm not saying that's what it'll be. That'd be a cool movie, though. I gotta admit.
Grasshopper, and these are just sounds from nature. Common field grasshopper. Hear the clicking?
Now he puts them all together at the end here, I think. No, I guess that was pretty much it. But yeah, and when you put them all together, it totally sounds right from the movie. All that's crazy. So very interesting. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan Kleck, ladies and gentlemen. And then here's a little update on Jonathan also. He got his channel taken down, if you didn't know. This is from
Hey
Zach.
everyone, it's Zach here. I'm checking in because Jonathan's YouTube channel has been terminated. We don't have access to either of the YouTube channels anymore. That being said, we have a couple of other channels that we need you to go subscribe to. That way you can stay posted, stay up to date on what's going on. There's going to be a channel called Now You Know. I'm going to type out the handle itself, so you'll be able to just type that in direct.
So there it is. I actually went there myself, but that's, if you want to find his new channel on YouTube, go to Now You Know. That's it up there at the top, the way it's spelt. And he's already got some videos up over there, so just giving you a heads up if you've been looking for him. Yeah, they screwed him over. They gave him back his old school channel, which has like videos that have millions of views from years ago. I'm glad they gave it back, but he still doesn't have access. They won't give him access to it. And then they took down his other channel, the Jonathan Kleck channel that he was using. So he's still posting on other places, sometimes on Zach, sometimes on Corey Barbie's channel and Zach Wentz channel. Nickelodeon star Tyler Chase hospitalized now as loved ones band together to help him out of homelessness. A little bit of an update there.
The fog is still not over in California, y'all, and it's documented that it has been well over a month. In fact, there are a few people tracking it. This guy is finding some type of weird powdery substance in the front of his car, on the mirror and on top of the car. And then you have another guy who let it sit out in a mason jar, and it produced some type of jelly-like substance. Like, what are these people doing to us? Look at this.
In this fucking fog, and I just been driving regularly. What is this shit right here? There's something in the fog that I can't explain. And I ain't drove to nothing but fog. Look at this shit. Check that shit, y'all. Crazy. Look. It's on that, but not on my windshield. What's going on?
So what could be making it stick to the body of the car, but not the windshields? And then in this jar over here is exactly what the fog looks like after it has been sitting outside for a few days. It looks like some type of jelly substance, y'all.
I don't know what is in this fog or fog particles, or a lot of people's called it smart dust. I mean, there's all kinds of things, but you can see, I don't know if you can see like through that, but if you look right through it, you'll see like these bubbly, like oily. See it on the top? Now this is from the outside of the bottle, of course.
And then he collected more samples of this fog. He brought it back inside and put it in a black tray. And over here, you can clearly see some type of oily jelly-like substance. Do y'all see the type of residue that it's leaving on?
Yes, sir. Good report. So yeah, man, there's way more to this fog. As you know, I recorded a video myself. It's over on my Instagram now. I think I'm getting access back. What, Chubbs? They gave you an option on Instagram to upgrade the account or whatever, and I thought maybe that'd get me out of being shadow banned there for years now. You know, actually get my views, you know, if I can. And I did it, and then it required a whole new way to like identify. It was even asking, I think, about facial recognition, all this stuff. I'm like, I don't want to have to do this. And it locked me out, basically, my account. It wouldn't. I tried to send in for a code. It would never send the code back. So I went ahead and found where I'd logged into that and, you know, paid for it. And I took that down, blocked it. Not going to pay. So hopefully at the end of the month, when that clears, I can have access back to my Instagram. But I have a video on there. It's on the Scariest Movie Ever Instagram. Me and Chubbs were out in the back filming the strange fog we had here last year, and I was sick for a good 3 weeks, but not real sick. It was all respiratory stuff, and it came back this year. Same thing, man. About a month ago now, it was here for a few weeks, and I had the respiratory stuff for a couple weeks. But anyway, moving on. It says, this is blasphemy. Trump's spiritual advisor stuns with a clip comparing the president to God. Oh boy. Most of us I've reported on her myself. Most of us know she's kind of been bad news from the beginning. A while back, she had some kind of a fundraiser where if you sent her $1,000, she would like send you an angel or something. It was some weird stuff. Anyway, prominent journalist fired off at President Trump after a video resurfaced of Paula White comparing him to God. And she said to say no to President Trump would be saying no to God in a resurfaced video. I guess that's the big controversy. I mean, I've seen way worse. I'm still not a huge fan of hers, but this is probably some people wanting to make it a bigger deal than what it is. It's still not cool, don't get me wrong. A lot of people do look at him like he's a god, and we've seen all the symbolism around him. The gold symbolism, the statues, the money goat, for one. Demons came into this gentleman's marriage through corn. Let's check some of this out. Actually, it's pretty long. I'll move on from that one from now. It's too good to cut short. But I should have showed you the channel, but you can go check that one out. The religion of the magicians. This is cool.
Mess with your theology just for a second, but in a good way. So the Magi that found Jesus, those guys, they were not Jewish. They didn't practice Judaism, and they were not Christians. In fact, Christianity didn't even exist yet. They were pagan priests scholars from the East, known as Zoroastrians, where they practice Zoroastrianism, which is a study of the stars, ancient texts, and prophecy. And God, well, he didn't even rebuke them for it. He met them exactly where they were, where he used the star to draw them in, and then he gave them a dream to guide them the rest of the way. So get this, while the religious leaders in Jerusalem missed the entirety of Jesus, outsiders recognized him and worshiped him. And that right there should challenge us, where God is not confined to our religious systems, our labels, or even our traditions. If he could lead pagan scholars to Christ, maybe he's bigger than the boxes that we put him in. Honestly, it makes me a little teary-eyed, because if you go to the Bible, you learn that God doesn't wish that anybody should perish. They heard the calling. They went for it. They saw baby Jesus. They saw the savior of the world in a manger. And the part that gets me is they went back and they probably told everybody the truth. Could you imagine when God checks all of the boxes that they were looking for?
Love it. Yeah, that's a great story. It's a good observation. Appreciate it, brother in Christ. Potentially viral sighting out of Cancun. Okay, this is one that, to me, and pretty clear to me, it's an AI thing, but also it almost looks like something like, that maybe this is the way some of those things look, some of the shifters. I'm pretty sure it's AI though, but it's pretty interesting.
Is literally divided about this.
I don't believe this one's real.
AI, the other half of the myth. Man, tell me.
¡Mueve la cadena! ¡Mueve la cadena! ¡Agárralo bien! Míralo, en el techo.
Parece una rana gigante.
The way it's looking at him.
Se acerquen, se está mirando.
That side eye.
Ay, Dios mío. Se está mirando. Bájate de ahí. Eso no es persona, güey. Ay, Dios mío.
Ay, Dios mío. There we go. So apparently that one's been pretty popular this week. I believe it's a fakie. But who knows? Maybe you think different, and that's okay. As of tomorrow, all Australians under 18 years old will be forced to verify their age using facial recognition and other methods just to use search engines. That's crazy, but it's coming in. It's that tyrannical final system, digital system. Mega Church has a snowball fight in the middle of their Christmas service. I don't know. Yeah.
You know what every sleigh ride needs?
What?
Snow. Yep, and you know what's the best thing ever to do with snow? Grandma got run over by a Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say, Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
So anyway, just remember, this is for Jesus, right? I don't know, man. Not trying to be an old stooge or anything, but still, it's like, come on, y'all. And celebrating this pagan holiday in such a manner, is the other thing of it. Check these guys out. It says the Book of Enoch speaks of them, but check these guys out. I don't know what their deal is. I don't know, maybe they're famous basketball players or something. Cheer. Now say. Cheer.
Champagne in the shower, toast when I cry. I was born to kill, living is a crime.
Can't listen to that. Can't do it. Look at these fellers. Wow. Look at that. What do you think they are? Like famous athletes? I'm guessing by the tracksuits, probably. Maybe potential bodyguards, future bodyguards. Some big boys there, big fellas. Especially standing next to those guys. Made them look like children. Says a man reportedly burned down an ark. Oh yeah, here we go. A little bit more about what happened after the big sham. A man reportedly burned down an ark after believing it belonged to self-styled prophet Ibo Noah According to witnesses, his family had moved nearby expecting a flood tied to Noah's predictions. So here's somebody's lashing out. Can't blame them. A lot of angry people, I'm sure. Extremely disappointed, heartbroken. Right? It's like, can't blame them. Now do that to the Mercedes. It'd probably make a little more sense. Here it is again now. This is after deceiving millions. The self-proclaimed prophet was invited last night to a Christmas party, the day it's supposed to be a flood, with famous Ghanaian comedian Dr. Likey. During the event, he told attendees the delay of the great flood was due to his prayers and fasting for them. He later performed a rap song, receiving loud applause from followers who continue to believe in him. Darn, man. Come on, sheep. It's time to wake up.
Rapaholic. Still, I'm the catcher and say, "Femi, a poop, no. Your mom will invite her, member. God reveals to redeem you. And your mean China, your poop fire, one poop fire, then your mean India, and your second part.
The flood behind him, the waves. I guess it cut out, but yeah, I mean, even had this tsunami behind them. People don't know what they're playing with. There really are tsunamis coming. It's true, but that's not going to be the end. It's just going to be one of the things the world has to deal with. So good, says Christianity is the only religion the devil didn't
I
create.
knew that Christianity was the truth because that's the only religion that the occult's afraid of.
Okay, you gotta say it again, man.
That's the only religion that the occult, these Luciferians, that's the only religion they're afraid of. Because that's the only one that has power. The devil is not afraid of Buddha. The devil's not afraid of Muhammad. He's not afraid of Krishna. It's a false religion, bro. So why would the devil be afraid of something that he created?
Oh my gosh.
The gospel is the only thing that the devil couldn't create. Look at it. We just saw recently with Hollywood, they had cast like a lesbian black woman to play Jesus Christ.
Yes.
They don't do that with Islam. They don't do that with...
Never.
Never. Why? Because there's no weight in those religions. There's no weight in the spirit. Like, we see time and time again that Christianity is the only thing that's mocked. They won't even report about Christian persecution. 70 Christians get beheaded in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and where's the news media at? The only major outlet I saw report it was Fox News, and that was like 5 days after the story had already gotten really big. But guarantee, if there was an Islamophobic attack or an anti-Semitic attack, it would be all over the news.
Come on.
All over. But if it's an attack on Christianity, they don't want to talk about it. Why? Because they don't want to bring awareness to it, because that's what they're trying to do. They want Christians to get attacked. They want to exterminate the gospel.
Come on.
These principalities and these demonic rulers, they can only gain territory in the spirit when there are less true Holy Spirit-filled believers. Bro, God gave us the power to hold it down.
Come on.
So they will try to not shed light on these things because God gave us authority to push weight in the spiritual realm.
Yeah, he's always really good. I like him. His name's Nick. I can't remember the last name. And people have been saying ever since then that, in the opening sequence of this new season, this is Will Vecna, the demon guy. He does this, puts something on his mouth and pumps something inside of his little body through his mouth. So a lot of people are saying this is some kind of a, type and shadow of abuse, if you will. And then here he grows up, and this is it. He says, I don't like girls anymore. I thought I had a clip up here for it. Probably do. Let's see if we have it up here somewhere. Here we go. So I think this is the last on Tyler Chase. Says he's now receiving mandatory treatment at a hospital in Southern California thanks to the support of his close friends and family. So yeah, says he's under proper care at the moment. Things are starting to look up. All he really needed was for someone to step up and make it happen. So wow, there we go. Here's the music, but looks like he's finally there. So good. Let's pray for him. Wish the best for him. I think that kind of completes it for now. Yeah, here we go. Stranger Things fans are criticizing the character for coming out as in season finale, calling it completely unnecessary. Yeah. A lot of people are talking about it.
I don't like girls. I just I just, I don't like girls.
So anyway, I think we get the message, but there's a whole big scene on there, and I don't know if I have a wider picture of it, but if they're on the Masonic board, of course, while they do it, over one of their shoulders, they have the Saturn symbol and a pyramid. She straight has an alien head, it says. It looks too long to be human. For entertainment purposes only, of course. But what do you think's going on here, if anything? It's kind of weird, right? On all of them. I don't know. Is she a conehead? A shifter? Perhaps? Oh, and then here's Nick Sorter again at another one. A fake Somali daycare center workers just got called out. Let's check this out.
Where are the kids?
Yeah, where are all the
Census
children?
license for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
It's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
How you know my son? No! You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But
no.
you said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all getting mad because he's shown the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when the lady opened up the door. So now they're all getting mad.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Ask the owner. I'm the kids.
Well, then why are you talking for the owner if you're telling me to talk to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Does anybody? No. Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert for missing children? Are these children missing? It's not my business that children are missing. 74 infants and toddlers, preschool.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
It's from the state of Minnesota right here.
She sounds mad.
I think we're moving on to the next location. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Yeah, I don't know what she said, but she was not happy. This is for sure. It's so good to see that young man out there doing it, man. Being the citizen journalist that he is. I love to see it. A lot of respect for those folks. Get out there. Democrat Representative Sheila McCormick was caught editing out a $109,000 ring out of a promotional photo that was allegedly purchased with stolen FEMA funds. She was indicted by a grand jury in Miami for stealing $5 million in FEMA funds. People wonder what's wrong with FEMA. The Democrat was accused of using some of the funds to purchase a really nice ring, and you can see it down here at the bottom. On one side, she's got it. On the other one, they took it off. There's a ring worth over $100,000. And she's crying, Gracism, it's Gracism. You know, she's blaming that, and as oftentimes some of the folks will do. It says, here it is. The President of the United States drops something. Let's see what he says. See what's going on here. Her, that little phoenix.
And her group, the Democrats, spent $12 million to Christopher Steele
to write up a report that was a total fake report. Took 2 years to figure that out.
Wow. There we go. All right. From the president to the people. You decide. Boston, Massachusetts Public Library, hidden in plain sight. Look at what this guy found.
Look at that. Wow, dude. This is just absolutely wild.
Okay, so now on the left-hand side is Osiris. So look at
Dude, that's an Anunnaki.
right. So
That's Anunnaki.
That's Enlil and Enki, the Anunnaki, and that's Osiris, and Isis is behind him. Those wings are the wings of Isis, and Osiris are fighting the Anunnaki.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, the Anunnaki on either side. This is in the Boston Public Library. Library. Yeah, the winged disc. And that is, dude, do you see that bowl? Do you see that bowl right there?
Yep.
Look at that.
I've seen them in a lot of places. I remember the Commonwealth Games. They had a huge bull out there. Remember that? A huge ritual with the public all around. 6.2 to 7.2 quake is likely to go to Los Angeles basin during the next 72 hours, this person says. Most likely to hit Ventura, LA, or Orange counties. 72 hours. This was posted on December 26th. So, says this is not possible, is what the note says. We'll see. Haven't heard anything yet. Guess we'll see. See what happens tomorrow. Will religion, Christianity take a hit if we ever get disclosure? And of course, that's all a big part of the plan, unless they say that they took all the Christians purposely. And then that'll lead to also the Christian persecution that's already kind of building and boiling up. You know what I mean? Then it'll be like, okay, they took them because, for whatever reason, they weren't ready for the new age, for the next step. So we removed them. You know, something like that, right? That could be one of the things, too.
Even if somebody like a U.S. president stands up at a microphone, I feel like a lot of people don't even want to know. And I don't mean they don't want to know like they want to stick their fingers in there. They just don't really want to deal with the consequence of what that information would lend itself. And then you touch in the film about sort of people getting into the spiritual, religious question of what would happen if you suddenly say, yeah, there's these people, does that change the interpretation of the Bible and all this type of stuff? Is that a fair paraphrase of what?
Yeah. I think, Congressman Carson, Andre Carson, Democrat from Indianapolis, he makes a great point in there. He says he thinks it's difficult for people to wrap their head around this because it challenges their beliefs. It challenges their sense of reality.
Do you think, sorry to interrupt you, but do you think tomorrow somebody gets up and everybody believes it?
Yeah.
Right.
I personally don't think at this point in time in 2025, people are going to lose their head and start jumping out of windows or questioning all their beliefs. I just don't see that as something that will happen. It's not in the film, but Congressman Burchett, who's in the film, made a point in the interview that it just didn't end up in the final cut. But he said, hell, he's like, I don't believe it would wreck religion. He says, I believe Jesus died for aliens too. Like that's his outlook. He's like, maybe mankind is all over the place. Maybe there's all different kinds of mankind.
All right, well, there you go. There's some thoughts to consider. But yeah, no, that's going to be certainly, I'm sure a lot of people, unless they, like I said, they go the other route, it'll be very interesting. Christians across America are fired up as President Trump's cabinet and federal agencies just put Jesus Christ front and center on Christmas Day. So several of the representatives were talking about Jesus. Got Marco Rubio, Scott Turner. Always happy to see him getting his name out there and some respect from people. Don't be afraid to mention him. He won't be afraid to mention you, right? Ebo Noah, the newest. The man who claimed a flood was coming on December 25th to destroy Earth has been taken into custody, and an investigation has been launched into fraud and misuse of donations after he bought a Mercedes. So there you go, my friends. Good news.
It did not come as expected, which angered the thousands of believers who had gathered there to await its arrival. Ebo Noah had claimed that God warned him of a global flood and said only those who joined him would be saved. In preparation, he announced that he had built 8 large wooden arks. His message spread quickly online, and an estimated 280,000 people traveled to stay near him, seeking protection. Many followers also donated large sums of money to support the project. When December 25 passed, with no signs of flooding, frustration and panic grew among the crowd. Some followers began questioning where their money had gone after reports surfaced that Ibo Noah had used donations to purchase luxury items, including a Mercedes-Benz. As tensions rose, a group of angry followers surrounded Ibo Noah. Witnesses say the situation became chaotic before local authorities intervened. Police later took Ibo Noah into custody for his own safety and to prevent further escalation. Authorities have now launched an investigation into possible fraud and misuse of donations. Many former supporters say they feel deceived and are demanding answers, refunds, and legal action. Should Ibo Noah be held fully accountable for what?
So there we go. Isn't that nice to see? So we had this week, a couple of stories we got to see pretty much from beginning to end. And I think they both ended the way that they should, right? The little liar got caught. And the young man who's struggling, got plenty of demons on him, needs a lot of prayers and love. He's got his support. So yeah, right? Let's see what we got. Real Marvel superheroes walk and breathe among us. Look at this and decide for yourself. Okay, what do you think about this? Because I've noticed there's kind of a trend. I may do a live show and throw a bunch of these up there if I keep finding these. But there's people who are starting to post these videos. There's a few I've found already, 2 or 3, that are claiming they have these kind of powers and they're able to move things and do things. Now, I know obviously there's the idea that there's strings and there's a trick and it's a joke. But, what if it's not? What if there's something else going on, perhaps? So that's what I like to consider. And let's check this out. Thanks, Wavo Abba. Greetings in Christ, KJ, and siblings in faith. Love it. Thank you. Thanks for the kind donations and great messages today, you guys. I really appreciate it, man. Always nice. I appreciate it. All right, let's check this out.
Toothbrush. Watch.
And then just tell me how you think he does it. Unless it's a spirit that's also, there's a spirit that could be fooling all these people into thinking they have powers, right? It's another angle.
Toothbrush.
I think he's got another one under here he did, with money. So again, just tell me, how do you think he would do it? I'm not saying it can't be done or a trick. Because that's what a lot of these magicians, of course, are. So they're constantly figuring out ways to trick people, and how to do it, and they create things. So, it's just something to think about. This is an excellent creation if it turns out to be. Or it's a demon moving stuff. Maybe. And see, he set it all up. There's no strings. It would seem there's no strings on it because he's holding it right there. If there's strings on it, you'd think they'd be, in the way. Right? So I don't see any strings on it there. Yep. He just set it down. All right, let's see what happens.
See that? See that?
Yes, sir. So his name is the Beast Hulk 77 on TikTok. If you want to, I bet he's got a ton, I'd think. But there you go, man. Just something for your consideration. You can have whatever viewpoint you want. It's okay if we have opposing views. Always. Don't want a bunch of robots running around down here. There he is with his dollar again. I don't see any other ones here. Okay, then we'll move on. We go check them out. Let us know what you find, if anything cool. Breaking news. Newsom concedes a defeat to Trump, who withdraws his lawsuit against Trump after 47 Trump pulls $4 billion in California high-speed rail funding. Says your boondoggle will not receive another dime from U.S. taxpayers. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad to see that. Trump pulled $4 billion from his California high-speed rail funding, which would have never happened or got partially built, and they would have split all the money between the politicians, and you know how this stuff works. You know how it works out there. After months of widespread mockery, the Obama Presidential Center has issued a response to explain the building's design. Okay, sure. It's so freaking creepy. It's dystopian and evil looking. I feel like there's going to be a lot of sadness and misery in that building one day.
Kim Patterson of the Obama Presidential Center helped answer the question that everybody is asking. Where are the windows?
Cue the Saturn up there.
There are not a lot of windows on the building, but that's intentional because sunlight is just not a friend to the artwork and the artifacts that are going inside of the building,
Right.
Patterson said. But what's the deal with the building's shape? That also was intentional. The shape of the building was actually meant to mimic four hands coming together to show the importance of our collective action.
Which makes absolutely no sense, like a lot of these people do. But what I need to do, been meaning to, is get a close-up look at all these images here, because this is the way a lot of times they hide things. I already see a face. You see where my mouse is? I don't know if you can see it on the screen or not. I need to scroll this down, and I guess not. It's hard to say, but anyway, there's a face right there. Like, looks like a bearded man. Long hair on the sides, a beard, eyes right there, a nose. Yeah, I need to get, I'm going to do that. I'm going to look a lot. Maybe that'll be a good live show some night. I'll get this, I'll magnify it, and we'll go through and take a look at everything. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Because knowing Obama, they've done this before. They do this all the time. It's one of the tricks of the trade with those little devils. You have to check it out. I need to put that over here so I don't forget. That's a good idea. All right. Moving on. Creepy building, though, right? And then what do you think this thing is? I've seen different people trying to explain what they see, but what I see is it looks like there's a little creature on the ground. You can see it from its waist up, and it's waving its arms back and forth, it looks like. That's what I see. And it's hard to tell what's actually going on here. There's some oxen, it looks like, back there, but look at that. The thing in the middle, it gets a little closer. Doesn't that look like, to me, like there's something almost either sitting down or something, and it's moving its hands back and forth and arms like it's clapping. And it looks like a little red creature right there in the very center. Like there's a couple oxen standing. I'm guessing that's one back here. I don't know. What if it's giving birth? I don't know. But look, it looks like a little red creature to me, moving its hands back and forth. See the hands, the fingers? Looks like it has horns. You seeing what I'm seeing? You just slow this down. That'll be a good thing to do. Kill the audio on that. Now watch. Now watch as it gets closer. Waist up, looking directly at us. Red creature, it looks like, with horns, clapping its hands. It almost looks like it's moving its hands back and forth. Now do you see it? And now it's crossed its arms. You see the fingers, see the arms, the hands. It looks like a head, neck, body, upper torso. It's small. It's like one of the small things, like the duendes and whatnot maybe, but it's pretty crazy. Speaking of pretty crazy, look at this. Africa's first humanoid robot, Omif, was created by a Nigerian tech company, Unicon. The robot can communicate in English, French, Arabic, Kiswahili, Pidgin, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and Afrikaans. Omif was designed as a 6-foot-tall female LMNOP character. It says LGBO. I don't know if they were trying to say... I don't know. It's a they, them.
She was built in Abuja by the Unicon Group. Standing at 6 foot tall, it is designed to speak multiple languages including English, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Pidgin, French, Arabic, Kiswahili, and Afrikaans. Please like and subscribe for more videos.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at her again. Yes. Beautiful. So that's weird. But that's the future. The future is going to be a lot of that kind of nightmare fuel, I believe. This is a really nice one. A good little doom break from Christmas. Little boy really loves his sister. This is sweet to see. Not every family's like that. Not every brother and sister is super close. So I've never been close with mine, and some of y'all may be like that too, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. It works. So he spent all this money. Let me just go and see if there's something I can... Starts crying after a brother used all of his reward money to get her a bike for Christmas. He said he spent 5 of his paychecks on a raffle. Yeah, let's check it out. Now, you can probably hear some of this near the end.
You're so welcome. I'll let you ride it.
That's cool, ain't it?
Love it, man. Isn't that sweet to see? It's always nice to see. I love to see that. Close family like that. This is just old school when I wanted to reshare. Still can't figure out what this thing is. This thing somehow fall out of the firmament or something? Look at that. Very strange. Famous one though, you've probably seen it. We've seen it around. The way it moves. So strange. What could it be? Creature from the firmament, perhaps? From YouTube, we've got... Now, here's another update. This is from just a day ago about Tyler Chase. So let's check this out.
I hope you're somewhere nice and warm with your families. Unfortunately, Tyler Chase is not. And this is the case for millions of other Americans. All right, the hotel situation. We got Tyler shelter. Hooray. Everyone's happy. Tyler's happy. Not the case, guys. We got him into the hotel, and just that night, I receive a call from management. They're upset. The door is left open. Why is there a microwave in the tub? The refrigerator's turned over. I just feel so devastated. I'm at a loss. And his family told me that they had tried the hotel thing before and it didn't work. And of course, Dan, why did you assume that you were going to be able to, just fix this situation? I don't even think we should be at this point, guys. 3 nights ago, when we tried to get him to the hospital, the authorities should have... I don't understand how a system could be in place, right? We have all these social systems where help should be provided for these people facing mental health issues, drug abuse issues, right? Taxpayers vote on this stuff all the time. 5150 exists. A third party should be able to get someone into treatment, get them a psychological evaluation to figure out what is going on and allow them to detox. I'm just crushed that these systems are not working. I think that it is time to put in a call for 5150, but I also need insight from you all, and I just want a little insight. Anyone who...
Well, sir, I'll definitely pray for him and get some people who got the Holy Spirit on him and a follower of Christ and cast some demons out. That'd be a good start, for real. Do some real deliverance on that young man, you know? Meow? Come here, the people want to hear from you. Yeah? Speak up, sir. I can't hear you. This is from Jason A. Channel, Prophecy Happening Worldwide. Yes, sir. I'm going to share this about the waters.
Turned the beaches a dramatic crimson color. No, this is not the devil's work or a horror movie set. It's the natural runoff color created from the rock and soil that make up the landscape. The island's red soil is caused by a high concentration of iron oxide, or rust, particularly the mineral hematite. When the sediment mixes with water during a rainstorm,
What's causing so many varieties of fish to end up dead?
As Eyewitness News reporter Rob McMillan found out, the county is now...
All right, just want to cover a couple of the things he's showing. You can go check it out at Jason A. channel. Old school legendary YouTuber. Check this out.
Grocery prices are steady.
Oh, I'm going to go and play this because I actually just bought the ingredients to make this. I'll let you know how it turns out, but I like to cook. I like to just cook my own stuff. And I found a homemade hamburger helper. Some of the best comfort food, in my opinion, in the world. I mean, I grew up on, as a little boy, I remember hamburger helper quite a bit. Tuna helper, big fan. But, you know, now with all the food being so gross and all the stuff being added, I was trying to find like a natural, and look at this. Here's homemade hamburger helper, man. So you're welcome. But I'm personally going to make this week.
So let's make a $10 homemade hamburger helper. I don't know about y'all, but I grew up on the box version, but today we're making it homemade for more nutrition and extra flavor. Get your ground beef or turkey, add bell pepper and onion, and cook that until it's all the way brown. Go in with your garlic powder, onion powder, and all-purpose. Add a spoon of tomato paste and 1 cup of tomato sauce. Add your 2 cups of chicken broth, and this is optional, but I add just a sprinkle of chicken bouillon. Add a cup of heavy cream, and y'all, this is honestly the best pasta that you can use. It allows the sauce and the meat and everything to really get up in there. Now you're gonna put the lid on for about 15 minutes, take it off, add your cheese, pop the lid back on, and y'all, this was so good. Even my 1-year-old tore it up. Grocery.
Love it. Yeah, so there you go, man. Homemade hamburger helper on KJ's What Happened. Just wanted to share a little personal thing. This is so sweet. I wish I could be doing that right now. Look how comfortable that looks. No, I'd rather be the guy on the bottom there with the pet on top. The capybara, I think they're called. Or marmot. It's a marmot. Look how cute that is, that marmot. Imagine how great that'd feel petting that little chubby. He loves it too. Or she. The marmot's loving it. I want one right now, please. I don't think we have them in my state, unfortunately. All right, there we go. It's a little bit of a doom break. I love it. All right, let me go back over here. I will watch this.
For us to get to a better place is for the evil people at the top to be replaced with AI.
Well, there you go. They are now openly telling you their agenda. I mean, they're not even trying to hide it. As you just heard from the former chief business officer at Google X, Mo Gaudat, now he claims that the only way, the only solution to a better world is to replace the evil people at the top with AI. What could go wrong? So now with that agenda being openly stated, it is my own hypothesis, it is my own opinion and speculation that is exactly why we see this going on right now, because the objective of this operation with the whole list and everything going on is to highlight the corruption of the elite, of the evil individuals at the top, to then ultimately bring in the solution of AI governance, the problem reaction solution. What's the problem? Well, you have evil, corrupt individuals at the top ruling the world. What's the reaction? Well, you expose these evil, corrupt rulers to the populace, allowing everybody to cry for change. And then from there, you bring in the solution, AI governance. The writing is very clearly on the wall, because again, the problem is being exposed blatantly and very purposefully. As we can see right here with Jeffrey's connections, these are the billionaires and top officials he's been tied to. So now while the problem is being brought to the forefront for everybody to see by design, the solution is coming right behind, waiting for the outcry, waiting for individuals to want the solution. And the solution is already being implemented slowly but surely, as we can see right here, with AI governance being slowly implemented with things like this, AI.gov, or with things like the Genesis mission, where it is a national mission to accelerate science through artificial intelligence. Or as I'm sure you know by now, the whole Stargate project, which was backed by Mr. Golden Dawn. And not to mention how just recently we saw XAI striking a deal with the Pentagon, Department of War, to deploy Grok models for military and civilian use. Again, as we can see right here from Christmas Eve, US military adds Mr. Chip to the frontal lobe's controversial Grok bot to its AI arsenal. Oh, how lovely. Now here's the thing. This is not just a US situation or problem. This is a global agenda. Everybody is walking in lockstep, just like in 2020 with the boogeyman. But as I'm going to show you right here, it is country after country after country wanting to implement AI governance and then ultimately AI global governance. But we can start right here with Abu Dhabi, set to become the world's first fully AI powered government by 2027, while we also have Saudi Arabia emerging as regional leader in government AI. As we can see with the Middle East big bet on artificial intelligence and data security, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the state of Qatar are making substantial outlays in technology and infrastructure as they seek to diversify their economies away from oil. Now, of course, it's not just the Middle East. We also have China's blueprint for global AI governance. There you go, a path towards multilateralism and universal good. Oh yeah, universal good. Yeah, okay. And of course, as we can see, AI governance in Japan, global leadership through responsible innovation. As we can see, AI governance is growing in Asia Pacific, key developments and takeaways for multinational companies. And now it's not just Asia or the Middle East. We also have Ukraine and Estonia are embracing government by AI. While of course we can't forget about Russia, how Russia contributes to building the global AI architecture. Are you noticing a pattern here? Well, I might as well add Europe into the mix right here with the European Commission shaping the next frontier of AI governance in finance. Global AI governance on agenda as Lisbon Forum. Representatives from countries on 3 continents and international organizations join Council of Europe. Latin America and the Caribbean caught in the middle on AI governance. Africa at the table, the urgent call for scalable African-centric AI governance. Are you picking up what they are laying down? They are not even trying to hide their agenda. They are making it very open and blatant. AI governance, global AI governance, lockstep, just like in 2020, where every country went lockstep with what happened during that time, as you guys all know. So, with that all being said, it is my own hypothesis, my own speculation, that the writing is very clearly on the wall. The problem, reaction, solution. The problem is everybody's in debt. All the countries are hurting economically. We have corruption at all-time highs, and that will be exposed. And the only solution will be AI to come in and save the day. And for those who have seen my videos before, I'm sure you know by now, I believe AI is Antichrist intelligence. It is man making a god in their own image, in their own likeness, to build up a Tower of Babel 2.0, humanity coming together to rebel against God. And it's very poetic that we have the battle of AI in the Bible, in the book of Joshua, and AI means heap of ruins. What's the odds? What's the chances? But here we are, guys. This is very clearly what their objective is. But just like their motto, order out of chaos, the phoenix shall rise from the ashes, this old system needs to burn and be destroyed, so then the new one can be birthed and brought forth. So that's the financial system and
We got it, sir. Thanks for your report. Shepherd for Messiah channel over on TikTok if you'd like to see more.
The world is literally a stage, bro. Because what is this?
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
What in the...
People are in the comments talking about that's a Freudian slip. How do you even say something like that? And then Erica Kershey laughed it off. And listen, guys, we all seen that this whole situation was strange. Every situation that they try to push to us through the media is strange. It's never exactly how it meets the eye. But now I think that the proof is really coming out that there are some nefarious undertones to what took place at the end of this year. Let's not forget that this was also said by Charlie Kirk regarding Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't.
Now all of a sudden she's up here at the Turning Point event. I need people to understand that you're being manipulated.
They're making
right?
a pyramid.
Whether you believe, whether you're right-leaning, left-leaning, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's
Agreed, sir. I think that was the most. Yeah, that was the main thing I was wanting to show. That's on Blade of Judah on TikTok.
This is demonic possession on full display.
I'm Jesus Christ Almighty. Nobody else needs to die for their sins, motherfucker. No. Nobody else needs to die. Put your hand behind your back now. Now. Yes, you are. You're gonna get tased. Put your hand behind your back now. Put your hand behind your back now.
Jesus Christ is here. You're all safe. You are safe.
Moments like this remind us that the battle isn't physical, it's spiritual. And if it's one thing that this moment proves, it's that hell forever trembles at the name of Jesus Christ. This is demonic.
Thanks, sir. That's Nick again. Let me find his name if you're interested. Oops, Nick Kaswani.
This is demonic possession on full display.
They got her, guys. They got her. Who the heck is this? Who the heck are you, lady? I will give you guys 5 seconds to guess who this is. What is happening in Hollywood? I'm pretty sure she removed this post from IG because it had so many people in the comment section asking, who the heck is this? I have literally looked at these pictures forever, looking back and forth. Like, are these even the same people anymore? Look at the jaw shape, look at the eye shape, the face shape. Everything is different. And it's the same thing for Meghan Trainor. How are we going from this to this? What is actually happening? It's like there's 2.0s walking around everywhere. Anyone from Ariana Grande to Selena Gomez. They don't have the same face. They don't have the same personality. They don't even have the same voices. What's happening? And you know what absolutely does not help their case at all? How economically out of touch they are. Like, was this ad meant for the struggling Americans or people in your tax bracket?
To say it's too big, it's too far, it's too late. But what if it isn't? While the world moves on, Save the Children moves in. You can provide kids with life-saving food, water, shelter, and medical care.
You know the ironic thing about it, Megan, is we have been. The poor have always been the funders. The poor have always been the donors. While you and your billionaire friends sit on your pedestals asking for more.
Good stuff, lady. This is a Truth for You channel over on TikTok. She does a lot of these videos pointing out the drastic changes in these
I'm
celebrities.
surprised a lot more people don't talk about this, but did y'all know that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam all have one thing in common, and it has to do with the end of the world and the end time? Did you guys know that the Dajjal from Islam and the Messiah from Judaism and then our Antichrist are all the same individual? And just like they're all the same individual, we're all also waiting on the coming of that same individual. Crazy, because y'all know the red heifer sacrifice that was done like what, 4 months ago, 3 months ago now, that was to summon the Dajjal, but also to summon like their Messiah. And so the confusion is going to come in where, because our thoughts about this person who's going to come in the last days is going to clearly be Antichrist. We know that from our book, from Christianity. But the Jews are going to receive him as their Messiah, because remember, they missed Jesus coming 2,000 years ago. They didn't think he was a Messiah, and they don't believe in him. I mean, they handed him over to, you know what? And so they're still waiting on that powerful king that's going to come. But also the Dajjal in Islam, they're waiting on him too. And so we're all going to look at this person, but we're all going to have different perspectives as to who this person is going to be. Some are going to see him as a Superman. Some is going to see him as a savior. And then some is going to see him as the evilest person to ever exist, the son of perdition. I'm surprised a lot more people don't talk about this, but did y'all know that?
Excellent breakdown. That's Zaylus, Zaylous for Jesus, over on TikTok. Always does a good report.
Your life has probably been affected by this phenomenon in ways you're not even aware of. It is called the relative age effect, and it means that the month you were born has profound impacts on your
This
life,
is cool.
but it has nothing to do with astrology. One example of this is that CEOs are less likely to be born in the summer months than any other time of the year. Meanwhile, people notice that famous hockey players tend to be born in January or February. If you've never heard of this phenomenon, if you stop and think about it for a moment, you'll probably figure out why. But I'll tell you right now, it has nothing to do with the temperature, it has nothing to do with the mother's hormones or anything like that. The reason, in the case of the hockey players, is that the youth leagues are sorted by age. And in that case, the age cutoff is January 1st. So if you have a team of 12-year-olds, you've got some kids that have only been 12 for a month and some that have been 12 for 11 months. So when the coaches observe that certain kids are bigger and stronger and faster and better at hockey, in reality, they're just older. So those better players just keep getting elevated up through the system, and that advantage persists into the pros. This graph is for youth football leagues in Europe, but you see the exact same thing. They use that January 1st cutoff. So the best players that keep getting rewarded are the ones that are simply older. They're just bigger and stronger and have been playing football longer. In the United States, we tend to organize sports around the school year. So late August, early September is the cutoff. That's when school starts in the fall. So once again, it's more advantageous to have your birthday right after the cutoff. But that brings us back to the thing about how CEOs tend to not be born in the summer, and this is the one that probably has affected you most. Many of the good students, the more well-behaved students, are simply older. Through their whole lives, they've been treated as being more mature, more well-behaved. The summer kids, the ones who are the youngest kids in their class, are more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD. A lot of their hyperactivity and impulsiveness is just immaturity. They literally were just born at the wrong time. Your life has probably been affected by...
Pretty deep. What do you guys think about that? I think it's pretty interesting. Thanks for sharing, sir. You did good. We appreciate you.
Why is this picture in the Epstein files? Michael Jackson was innocent. This is actually some dirty work. So the internet found the original picture. It's actually on Getty Images, the website itself, and just read this description. Michael Jackson, his children, Michael Joseph Jackson Jr. and Paris Michael Catherine Jackson, are photographed with President Bill Clinton, Diana Ross, and her son Evan Ross in Washington, D.C. on December 19th, 2003. It was his own damn kid, so why are they making it seem like he was part of the Epstein files and they had to redact these children who were maybe allegedly victims? And shout out to Jessica at J Bunzy. She posted the same thing, and Michael Jackson's ex-alleged security guard commented on it and said, "I was his bodyguard when the picture with Epstein would have been taken. We were just viewing houses as Michael wanted to live on Palm Beach so he can be close with his friend Barry Gibb. A real estate agent set up the viewings over the course of the week. We never even knew who Epstein was. He wasn't even famous then. He, like the other house owners we viewed that week, wanted a picture with Michael. I was there with another bodyguard and Michael's then doctor. That's it in 2003. And that date matches with the Getty Images description. Epstein's house was for sale, so it was one of many lined up to view. Michael never had a clue who he was or the property owners we met. Michael would have always been polite to everyone he meets. It was making big news at the time. We looked at the houses on Palm Beach, so I'm surprised the truth isn't being told. Michael was recording daily with Barry Gibb back then. This was in 2003. Thanks for fighting for the truth." So breaking news, context matters, and I know a lot of people didn't trust this because the majority is redacted, but now here...
So there you go. Yeah, a lot of... I don't really follow it, you know. Like, I've shared a few clips here and there, but it's hard to say what's real or what's not with a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of it redacted. A lot hadn't been released, but I don't care that much about it. Like, so personally, I'll still talk about it, report it. But, okay, Mava UFO's got some really good ones this week. I'm just saying. Yeah. First ones, we've seen this kind of anomaly quite often. The skies with strange colors. I'm guessing that's something on the ground there. But yeah, they're just mainly doing that. But this one, I think this is the one where the UFOs look like they have little tails on them. We've seen those before too. Little comets flying around. It's not this one, it's this one. CDMX, wherever that is. Oh, someone's on a plane. They're filming them. Nope, they're the orbs. Somewhere I know we've got some with little fiery tails on them that move around. Got another anomaly in the sky here. Different colors. You see it flashing, almost like a police light. But yeah, that's something we see a lot. Been all around the world, those sightings there have been. And I think that's it on this one. Thanks, Mavi. You did good. Some real good ones on this one. Here's some more footage of this thing. Some people are trying to say it has something to do with Comet 3I Atlas, as we saw earlier.
Mira, ahí se nota bien. Es la nave espacial, la Tresita Atlas, estoy seguro que esa.
Got to keep the music off. It's all copyright music. But there you go. Let's get closer. Yeah, I like that. Look at that. That is really a great shot. Could be a demonic entity shifting around, making something cool. Could be something else. Does look like a wheel. Very much like a wheel. Ezekiel's wheel. That's a trip. That is a trip. Alright, so let's move on. Then there's this one, and this one's real weird too. This is in, of course it's in Mexico. They get a lot of these in Mexico, and they always remind me of a lot of the ancient carvings and paintings like the Aztecs, the Incas, and all that, and they'll have these creatures that look like these things. You know, you'll kind of see what I mean, maybe. But, like, I've seen things drawn on these, you know, some of these images that have those sharp, like all around it, they got the sharp points, and just the way they kind of look. I don't know. It's hard to make out what that is, though. I'm not saying that I'm on to anything. It just kind of makes me think about it. Reminds me of it. It's weird. Look at that. It just looks like a face, doesn't it? Eyes, nose, looks angry. Mouth, straight mouth. Is it one of the little gods, maybe? Right? Just showing his face. Or a demon. Pretty cool though. So you don't see a lot that look like that. Try to see if we can get a stabilized. Still looks kind of like a face, I think. All right, let's move on. Then there's this. Look at this. What, sir? Speak up louder. People like you. They want to say hi. Star of the show over here, Chubbs. Chubbs J. Osborne. Good little cat. Big cat, actually. People that see him, they always spaz out. He's huge. He's not that big. And keep your voice down. He's sensitive. So yeah, there's something up with the engineering up there. Now check this out. Awesome flying humanoid captured in Japan. December 18th, 2025. Check this thing out. Flying humanoid of light. Looks like. And it's not that high up. Look at that. It's pretty close to the ground, it looks like. Is it? Or a bridge? Look at it go. That's me patting Chubbs. Big buddy. Yeah, that's a good one. Wow, bird flies by. For perspective, it's cool. It does look like a humanoid-y type figure just floating. Just chilling up in the sky. Nothing to see here. Alright, good capture. Let's move on here to the ghost lights are back. Tricking people all over the world. Those are spotlights, man. No, they're not. They're not spotlights. This anomaly is seen all around the world for years now. over all different kinds of, areas. Like this looks like it's over just mountains and stuff. But yeah, pretty cool. I think this might just be orbs. Yeah, so we got the good ones off of that one. Thanks, Mavi. Did good. As always. Let me see. I know, like on each one of them, I know there's some really... Oh, yeah. Look at this one. Did you guys see this week? I think this might have gone pretty viral. This first one up here. It's from Vietnam. December 21st. Look at this. Sometimes I'll try the audio, see if it's... Here we go. Beautiful, I think. Dad. It's amazing. What do you think about that? Oh yeah, ghost lights. Once again. This time in Brazil. They're really showing up a lot lately. At least we're capturing a lot. Mavi is. December 19th, 2025. Guess who's back? It's always in the clouds. Wait, I don't know if this is them or not. It might be something else. I thought it was the ghost lights, if you will. But no. No, they're not moving around. All right. Fair enough then. Let's move on. Let's see what else we got up in here. I think that was it on this one. Moving on. Next up from Mavi. This is the one with the little tails on them. Little fire tails. What, sir? All right. Let's see. More of those kind of sky anomalies. Oh, look. Yeah, looks like it's the ghost lights. Looks like it's the beam again. Right? The beam. The beam technology. It's a trip. It does it again here in a second. See? Putting on a show. Oh my God, you're not going to believe what I just saw. You know? Here's the ones with the little fire tails. These are really an interesting anomaly with the UFOs also. We've seen them before. Looks like one of them's, looks like they're dropping things out of them too. See, that looks like it's a fiery tail, and there's things falling out of them. It's like the thing we saw earlier. It was like dark orbs or something were coming out of the other one. So it looks like little fireballs coming out of these. Look at that. Just spilling out of them. Little fire orbs. Spirits being released, perhaps, when I see things like that. Yeah, look at that. Straight up fire. Fire in the sky. Good job, Mavi. Last one, y'all. We made it. Mavi UFO alarm. Last clips. What was I going to show you on this one? Oh, because guess who's back? This time, it's in Canada, December 23rd, 2025. See? It's pretty cool when they do the little show. Do a little dance show, some synchronization. But there you go. And it's all around the world. Even tonight, we've seen, what, 4 examples? Different countries. Spotlight, bruh. Nope, not a spotlight. It's been happening for years. I believe it's a beam, but it's from above. So maybe it's a spotlight, but from above. It comes down. It's always on clouds. They have to have clouds as their backdrop for that particular type of UFO. That's what got me thinking after a while. So there we go, y'all. I think that's a good one to end the show on. good, man. We did a good 4 hours 45 minutes. Jeepers. I've been trying to keep them shorter. Hope you guys don't mind. We go a little longer here lately sometimes, but man, it's plenty to cover, man. So I hope you guys appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks, Tamara, for all you do. Shout out once again to any supporters out there, in any which way you do, man. I really appreciate it. Please follow on Subscribestar, of course. I put everything over there, always, no matter what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm on other platforms. So check that out. And before we go, this is something I always really want to do. Now, in case you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation yet from Jesus, please do. It's not a religious thing. I think some people get freaked out. They think it's all about religion and religious stuff, and it's not that at all. You don't get to go buy a suit and go to a building. I mean, you can if you want, but you don't have to. And in some people's walk, then that's a good thing. You know, again, everyone has a different walk, so I don't try to totally discourage people. But what's most important is just secure your relationship with him first. You know, accept that free gift of salvation. Confess with your mouth you're a sinner, you need to be saved. Believe in your heart that his story, history, it's all true, man. It's all about him. It's all about Jesus. He's like the Avengers all rolled up into one. He's amazing for what he did. He's our creator, came here in the flesh, lived a perfect life, died a horrible death, was buried, resurrected 3 days later, ascended to heaven, and he's coming back for his bride, which is so important because it's soon. Could be tomorrow, could be 2 years. I don't know, but I know we're in the season, and I watch every day as we're told to. It's our blessed hope. So I hope you'll trust in him because hell is coming, you know, for this world. 7 years of it. I think a lot of people think they know what it's going to be. We've seen movies, TV shows. We get a general idea, but I think it's going to be way worse than anybody can imagine. Personally, just remember this, though, from Ephesians, for it's by grace you've been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves. It's the gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast. So don't got to worry about it's not your deeds and all that, man. It's your faith, it's your belief, and understanding that his blood, his precious blood he shed, covers all your sins, past, present, and future. It leaves you a spotless bride, you know, perfectly clean. And so when you stand before the Creator, you won't have to hide your face and cry and just worry and freak out, because a lot of people are going to, unfortunately. That's why you have to have Jesus, man. It's either heaven or hell, one way or the other. That's all there is. This world offers many options, but all lead to the same place, down to the toilet of hell. So please trust in Jesus Christ. Trust in his gift for us, okay? It's a free gift. For it's by grace you've been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it's the gift of God, not by works, so no one can boast. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. So please trust in it, my friend, whoever you are, okay? All right. Let me say a prayer too. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for another show, for all these wonderful people here, this family, this community. Thanks for the platforms. Please protect them all, and thank you for protecting them all. Thanks for being in our lives, Lord, giving us that peace we need through all this crazy information. Help us to reach others with the information. Most importantly, help us all in whichever way you can, whichever way you choose, and if it be in your will, to lead others to you. You know, give us the courage and the discernment and everything we'll need, please. And we thank you for that. Help everybody, please, with all the financial issues out there, health issues. Many people are suffering. Something else people ask for prayer a lot about is that they have family members and loved ones that don't know you, and they maybe seem stiff-necked and stubborn. Please help them with that. Anybody going through that, Father, I pray you really help them in that situation, and maybe soften the hearts of some of these people and let them have an experience, however you choose, you know, whatever be in your will. Please do. And other than that, I pray we're all found worthy to escape the horrors coming upon this earth, Father, as we're told to do. So thank you. We love you. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. So thank you. I hope you'll accept Jesus, y'all. Whoever you are, I'm not a pastor, priest, prophet, or pastor, priest, prophet, preacher. But sometimes I forget. But there you go. But I love Jesus. I'm a child of God. I'm a child of the Most High. He's my best friend ever. He's your best friend ever, even if you don't know it. When you get to know him, you'll realize he is. He's your father. He loves you. He's your creator. Knew you before you were born. Wants to be reunited with you forever and ever 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 and ever. So please do. Chinese Chicken, good to see you, man. Scott Beck, Pam Smedo, good. I appreciate that you like the long shows, man. Thank you. Paul Croce, good to see you, man. Aeon's Edge, thank you. Nice to see you. Brave New Us. Zyzix9911, Kava keeps digging. Dang. T-Cur, Chris Drake, Jola, what a crew. Swagger, sorry if I missed any names, just kind of cruising through. Once again, hope you had a great Christmas. Hope you were able to see my live show from last night. Go check it out if you haven't yet. I posted it on my other sites. All my sites are available under the player. Also, subscribe to our best place to follow. Please do follow, and thank you so very much, a million times for those who do. You've really carried me through some rough seasons, so thank you so much. And again, just shout out to all who support the videos and shows, man. Much love. I appreciate you. Thanks again, Tamara, for everything. I got videos coming up, new video coming up this week. Got a new music video I'm tinkering with, so I need to get that going. What else? Yeah, I'll post a show for Friday later this week. We have the Uncensored Show Monday on the Mean Green website, Grumble, 2 p.m. Central Standard. Look for KJ Osborne. Please check those shows out. Always a lot of stuff I feel is important. I want to share with you there too. And that's it, man. That's it. It's just that simple. Thanks, ShareBear, Christine Ritchie, CJ Live, Coulter, 1979 Rhino, Stephanie, Shom, Vega, Chastain. Good night. You're welcome. Thank you. Crypto NYC. All y'all. Appreciate it, man. Much love to you. Y'all have a great one. Have a great rest of your weekend. I'll see you here in just a couple of days over on Grumble. And then we'll have a new video up this week. We got New Year's coming this week, so it'll probably be a little bit, off for a couple of days, I'm sure, for a lot of us. And, yeah, I'll talk to you guys Monday, but if not, some of you guys I might not. So have a good and safe New Year's this year, please. And isn't it crazy that we're that close? Isn't it nuts that we're at 2026? It's like, wow, man, here we are. I mean, jeepers. Still watching, still waiting, trusting in the Lord, our blessed hope. His timing will be perfect. He is coming for his bride. So trust in him, believe, and watch and wait. And let's be a light in this world and try to help people the best we can, right? All right, love you guys, man. Y'all take care. Have a good one. See you in a couple days, okay? All right, take it easy.